page for day 2, so to speak, of the evidentiary portion of the trial. One thing I want to go over, but first let me address when the court received permission from the attorneys. I just went in to drop off the lunch menus to the jury. And then one of them indicated they had a question. I just simply asked them to write it down. And one indicated that they had received a piece of paper that they characterized that may be evidence that she wasn't sure they all got. And I'm not sure what to do with it. I think what happened was an additional piece of paper was given to her when the exhibits after they were passed out yesterday. Obviously, I assumed that to be inadvertent. And it sounds like from talking to the attorneys that document she was given will be an exhibit that is proposed today. So I don't think it'll create any issues. I just wanted to put that on record. The other thing that I wanted to address, I had a chance to talk to the attorneys in chambers yesterday about a couple of topics, and I want to talk about the sequestration order in the live stream. Obviously, it's an easier thing for a court to enforce if the sequestration order only applies within these 4 walls, because the attorneys can see everyone in the courtroom and they're aware of who's in here, if they're a potential witness, and all of that. I also understand why somebody like a family member, for example, may want to watch the trial on a live stream, even if they are a seconded witness. The reason for a sequestration order, and I have done it in every case where I've been a judge, and it's been a part of every criminal case that I've ever been a part of, no matter what point in the criminal justice system I was working. And what I would tell those folks is that it's to ensure the integrity of the process. It's not meant to not let somebody watch. It's not meant to hide the 8 ball from anybody in particular. What we need to ensure is the integrity of this trial, that it is a fair and just trial, and that all of the defendants' rights, plural defendants' rights, are protected. The way that we do that is to ensure that the witnesses are only testifying, or the way we do it in part, is to ensure that the witnesses are only testifying as to their personal knowledge. That's the reason that they can't watch someone else testify, because then they may put their testimony in reliance on what they've heard from another witness. So I certainly understand a family member wanting to watch, but I would just simply let them know that it is about the integrity and making sure that this is not compromised, and then ensuring that they can in fact testify, because if they were to violate the sequestration order, then it becomes a potential issue that the court has to deal with in determining whether or not that person can still testify. So I assume that will alleviate any potential situations, but let me go through the attorneys. Mr. Ralston, let me start with you. Anything you need to address from the people's perspective before bringing the jury back?
No, sir.
And Mr. Ms. Nunley?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sauer?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
Just that Mr. Ralston was kind enough to bring this up to in chambers, and Eric's mother was watching yesterday. I don't know if she understood the significance of that, and that her testimony is extremely limited as to any facts. In fact, it's unremarkable and won't have much of a relevant difference to anything other than character. So with that said, is the court okay to allow that family member to, that witness to watch? She has watched the opening, which actually I don't know that sequestration counts for an opening, but she also saw some testimony.
I wasn't made aware of any specific issue that would lead me to believe any action needed to be taken at this time. That's why I left it as a generalized warning, so to speak. But obviously, the warning was put in place to ensure future compliance.
Thank you.
Please all rise for the jury. Everyone may be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. One thing before we get started, as you'll recall, we're still in the prosecution phase, and we left off in the middle or a portion of the Impola testimony. So in a moment, I'll call him back up. Just so that you all are aware and the parties know this, the court will re-swear in a witness each day if their testimony carries over. If, let's say, his testimony were to continue until after lunch or a break, the court will simply confirm with the witness that they understand that they're still under oath. But I will re-swear somebody each day. The other thing is, we did talk about the note that you sent out with the question. The way that I would phrase that is that piece of paper or document was simply given to that juror inadvertently. It sounds like that may be a future exhibit that's coming in later, but that simply was given to you inadvertently. So at least for this portion of it, disregard anything that you may have seen. If it comes in later, then obviously reference that. Okay. Mr. Ralston, let me go to you. I assume we're going to continue with Agent Nicholas' testimony.
Morning, Judge. Yes.
Okay. Agent Nicholas. You swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be true? No.
I do.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks, Steve. Mr. Ralston.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's starting off today, I'd like to talk a little bit about Dan. We heard yesterday that he received payment for what he did in terms of this investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you tell the jury how much money he received for his services?
Well, the total amount of money I gave him was $54,000 and some change, but it wasn't all for services. It did include a lot of expenses.
Okay, let's talk about that. And so it sounds like it breaks out into a couple of different buckets. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what's the first bucket?
Well, the first bucket would be there's $24,000 for directly reimbursable expenses. So receipts for things such as a computer, a watch for safety, a computer to prepare and listen to the recordings for trial, reimbursement for some travel expenses.
The $24,000 that you're talking about, this is money that came out of Dan's pocket?
Yes, so Dan paid it and then got the receipts and provided them to the FBI.
Let me just stop you there for a minute. You said there was a watch. Why would he need a watch?
Well, during a lot of these meetings and trainings he was going to, phones were taken away prior to discussions. And we were concerned that he might be in trouble and we wouldn't have a way to reach him. So we paid for an expensive watch that had capability to transmit from the watch, a cell phone signal, so that he could send an SOS if needed.
Okay. So $24,000 in expenses. Did Dan miss any work for this?
Yes, sir.
And then backing out, you said you met Dan March 17th, 2020, and the arrests occurred October 7th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
It sounds about close to 7 months there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How much work did Dan miss?
He missed about 15 weeks of work during the time based on our tasking to work on behalf of the FBI.
Okay. And in terms of this tasking you're talking about, can you tell us a little bit about the travel that was involved?
Sure. So there was at least 11 FTXs or field training exercises, and then 3 meetings around Michigan. He also went to Wisconsin and Ohio.
Okay. As Dan's handler, after the arrests occurred, were you concerned at all about his safety?
Oh, yes.
How come?
Well, an associate of Barry Croft had posted a contract for information about Dan shortly after the trial, and I was very concerned that folks would try to target him.
This question is, the timing of what he's talking about has nothing to do with the investigation he's talking about after the trial. And I don't know how he can be concerned with the safety after the trial, and he's flopping it back to the time of the investigation.
What is the time frame of the trial you're referencing?
So I'm sorry, I misspoke. I intended to say arrests and not trials.
So after the October 7th arrest?
Correct. After the October 7th arrests, we were concerned about his safety.
Great. And knowing that, Mr. Barnett, you still have the objection?
No,
Okay.
And you were saying the reason for your concern?
One of Barry Croft's associates had posted a contract for information about Dan, and we were worried that as a key witness, his life might be in danger.
Okay. Did you make any suggestions to Dan about what he might do to enhance his own personal safety?
Yes, I told him that he should relocate, he should move, and that he should sell his vehicle. He should try to get cameras around his house, and he should stay in a hotel for a period of time and not go back to his house.
Did he do those three things?
Yes.
Okay. And does he have to come out of pocket to do those three things?
Yes.
Okay. Now you told us about $24,000 for, direct expenses that he had receipts for, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you paid him 54. So the other 30,000, can you explain that?
Sure. So that was just to cover his missed work time and any expenses he would have had on work or purchasing ammo or food that he may have had during those 7 months to make sure he could pay his bills.
Okay. Dan ever ask you for money?
He never did.
I'm
Okay.
back to the meeting, make sure the questions.
Mr. Wilson?
Calls for a yes or no answer. I'm not sure it's suggested.
Well, I guess there have been a couple, I guess what I would phrase leading questions, but they've been introductory in nature. And then once Agent Impola is getting into the substance, maybe the wrong word of the testimony for the issue, then they are no longer leading. So as long as it's for introductory matters going forward, I'll
Thank you.
Did Dan ever ask you for money?
No.
Okay. So why'd you pay him?
We were asking a lot from him, and I was worried that he wouldn't be able to continue if he couldn't pay his bills.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, let's talk a little bit about, you talked about, your role as an investigator in domestic terrorism cases, and that you've spent quite a bit of your career there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you remember the subjects of investigation chart that we went through yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, it's exhibit number 1, I believe.
Yes.
And tell the jury a little bit about your role as the investigator in this case in terms of, is it important to assess each subject for their level of dangerousness?
So yes, absolutely. That's the core crux of investigating counterterrorism cases, is to assess the level of dangerousness. If you think somebody's not dangerous and then they go out and conduct an attack, obviously you've dropped the ball. And that's the whole point, is to make sure that an attack is not conducted. And so that's a big portion of being a counterterrorism investigator.
Tell the jury the kind of things you look for when you're trying to assess the dangerousness of somebody.
Well, you try to gather as much information as you can about what they say, but ultimately it's what they do. You have to look at how they act. And the concept here is when the rubber meets the road, what are they going to do? Are they going to go out and shoot somebody? Are they going to be a trigger puller? What types of things are they going to do rather than just what they say online? Obviously, there's freedom of speech and people can say whatever they want, but assessing their level of dangerousness is really what their actions say.
So, you said in terms of, I think you mentioned there, what they say is one thing, but what they do is another, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there a term of art or phrase that's commonly used to describe a person that speaks but doesn't act?
Yes. So they're called paper patriots or keyboard warriors. Those are people who are prolific online or say things but don't actually follow up with what they're talking about.
In the subjects of investigation there, I mean, does anybody on the subjects of investigation fit that model?
Yes.
Can we put that exhibit one, please? Thank you. Tell us about that.
Sure. So the third from the right here, Sean Fix. Mr. Fix was Adam Fox's XO, or executive officer, his second in charge. And he claimed to be a Navy SEAL, claimed to have 50 caliber rifles. He claimed to work with SEAL teams, and he gave Adam Fox ideas and helped refine his plan. But he ultimately never showed up to surveillance. He didn't show up to training in Luther. He talked a big game, but it was all pretend. It was just a pretend SEAL. Amanda Keller,
There in the lower right-hand right-hand corner. Where did she fit in?
Well, she talked a lot. She was at a lot of the field training exercises, but ultimately she got scared as the plot escalated, and she came to law enforcement and reported the plot to the FBI.
Okay. I mean, she actually came in and reported?
Yes, she called in, and then also she came in and met with the FBI.
Okay, and yesterday we heard from Mr. Barnett that Mr. Molitor was very scared. And did he ever come to law enforcement and report what was going on?
No.
Okay. You talked about, I think you used the word trigger pullers, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does the word operator mean to you?
Operator is a category of a role that terrorists play. So in the FBI, we categorize people into recruiters, facilitators, fundraisers, radicalizers, and operators. So an operator is the trigger puller, the one who's willing to engage in violence when the time comes.
Okay. During the course of the investigation, and yesterday you testified over 150 hours of recordings that you listened to, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was Michael Null on some of those recordings?
Yes, sir.
How about Mr. William Null?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever hear any statements from either Michael or William Null about being concerned about what Mr. Fox and Mr. Croft were talking about in planning?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Did you ever hear anybody describe the Null brothers as paper warriors?
No, absolutely not.
Who's Phil Robinson?
Phil Robinson is another leader of the Michigan Liberty Militia. There's three core leaders, the Null twins and Phil Robinson, who are the face and leaders of the Michigan Liberty Militia.
Okay. Did you ever hear either of the Null brothers describe him in some fashion as an operator or accelerationist or a radical, any of the categories you've mentioned?
Yes, I heard the Null brothers talk about Phil Robinson as a peacock. He was talked about as somebody who was friendly to law enforcement, who just wanted to get in front of the cameras, who wasn't actually willing to step up when the time came.
Okay. Okay. Let's talk about proposed Exhibit 129. Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. 129, it's an animated exhibit. It shows the route of travel during the daytime surveillance on August 29th, 2020.
Okay. And can you tell us how you were able to produce that?
Sure. So as I mentioned before, during the surveillance, CHS Dan had a transmitting device which provided his GPS location, and then I was following behind him doing surveillance myself. So I took that data and the timestamps, and I put together a demonstrative exhibit to show how the travel occurred and where they were when certain conversations happened to help with my testimony.
Okay. Accurate as to the location and the route traveled?
Yes.
Okay. I move for admission of 129, please.
No comment. Just restate that our objection.
No objection.
The court will admit Exhibit 129 can be published based on the testimony from Agent Impola. He has provided the foundation for how the exhibit was created based on his personal experience, and the court does believe that it was a fact finder and a better understanding of the program.
Thank you, Judge. Let's, before we go through that, on the daytime surveillance, remind the jury what date that happened.
That was August 29th, 2020.
Okay, and before, whose idea was it to conduct the daytime surveillance?
That was Adam Fox's idea.
Okay, we heard yesterday it was the FBI's idea.
That's not true.
Okay. Did Adam Fox invite Eric Molitor on this daytime surveillance?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and was Dan part of this?
Yes, he was.
Okay, tell us how he was involved.
So Dan drove and picked up Adam Fox in in Grand Rapids at the back shack, and then headed north. He drove during the entire surveillance.
Okay. Did you know this surveillance was going to happen before August 29th?
Yes, Dan was invited by Adam Fox before August 29th in the days before.
Okay. Was there a reason Dan drove is what I'd like you to explain to the jury.
Oh, yes. So I required Dan to drive. During the course of the investigation, there was discussions about attacking law enforcement. And I was concerned that if any local law enforcement happened to pull them over, there could be a shootout at that time. I didn't know what Adam Fox's plans were. Initially, Adam Fox talked about going to Lansing and looking at the governor's mansion or ceremonial office for any governor down in Lansing first. So I didn't know what his plans were. He ultimately did not go down there, but in either regard, I didn't want there to be a chance for any violence if Dan was involved in some sort of operation where they're going out to a target location.
The Adam, can you queue up 129, please? We're going to play Exhibit 129 now, and we may stop it as we move through it a little bit. Can you pause it there, please? Just a little bit forward, please, Adam. Thank you. Thank you, pause. The time of pickup down in Grand Rapids, that was, what was happening in Grand Rapids? Remind us.
Adam Fox was at the back shack, so CHS Dan went to the back shack, drove there, picked him up, and
And the time of pickup down in Grand Rapids, I believe, was
11:01, I think.
Okay,
Is that on the screen?
and what time did did Mr. Fox and Dan arrive and where Mr. Molitor lived?
12:18 p.m., so just afternoon.
Okay, and go ahead and advance to the next time, please. Okay. Looks like they were, if you could pause that just for a sec. Thanks, Adam. About how long were they at Mr. Molitor's house?
About 15 minutes, it looked like.
Okay, go ahead, please. Pause. What time do they arrive? Elk Rapids.
1:31 p.m.
Okay. Now, I mean, you're following them, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, are there other people from law enforcement involved in this too?
There's one other agent with
Okay.
me.
Okay.
Jason Chambers was following as well.
Okay. And They arrive at 1:31. Go ahead, please, Adam. Pause. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's a red circle around the Birch Lake area. What does that indicate?
So that's the entire area that they surveilled. So they started on the west side of the lake, then they went down around the south side of the lake over to the Oasis Red Bull Tavern. Then they went through the neighborhoods on the east side of the lake and came up to the north side of the lake where they found the boat launch. So they circled that area during their surveillance around Birch Lake.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam. And pause. The times that are indicated there, 1:33 through 4:33, my math is 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
What's going on during that 3-hour time period?
That's their surveillance around Birch Lake. It also includes the lunch they had at the Red Bull Tavern.
Okay. We'll talk about that more in a little while, but he spent 3 hours around the area of Birch Lake?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam. And pause. There's now a red circle around the village of Elk Rapids. What does that indicate?
That shows the surveillance they did on the way out of town after the Birch Lake surveillance. As they headed out of town, they stopped by the Elk Rapids Police Department and then Gilroy's hardware store there.
Okay. Were you able to determine from listening to the surveillance why they were going by Gilroy's? Got it.
They talked about supplies when they were up there
Okay. Supplies for what?
for the kidnapping operation.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam.
I guess I'd ask for some clarification who they is, Your Honor.
Sure. Agent, what could you describe which vehicle?
Pause.
Which audio you're referencing?
Sure. So this is CHS Dan's vehicle with CHS Dan, Adam Fox, and Eric Molitor in the car. I recall hearing discussion about the hardware store, but I don't recall who said what, which exact statement occurred. I just remember hearing discussion about the hardware store.
The route is now, it looks to be traveling south again. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Adam, please. Pause. Okay. If I'm correct, the earlier portion of this exhibit indicated that Dan and Mr. Fox arrived at Mr. Molitor's home at 12:18. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I believe they departed at 12:36. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and now they're back at Mr. Molitor's at 5:40. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did they go anywhere else, do anything else besides go to Elk Rapids and do what you've described so far?
No.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam. Okay, thank you. Can you look at 198 in your book, please?
I have it here.
Okay. What is it?
This is a photograph off the internet that I found. It's the Elk Rapids Chamber of Commerce photograph, and it is what I recognize as the Elk River Bridge 31.
And remind us why that bridge over the Elk River is important in this case.
This is the bridge that Adam Fox scouted out to place explosives under during the nighttime surveillance. So this was part of the plan to deter first responders from the Elk Rapids Police Department.
Okay. There's obviously 2 bridges that you could use to get from the village of Elk Rapids up to Birch Lake. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the time, on the first time that you heard Adam Fox talking about that, did it appear that he was aware of the second bridge?
When he went down to scout out the bridge, he noticed the second bridge and stated that he'd be blowing that one too.
And that was during at what point in time?
That was during the nighttime surveillance.
So, and
Which was
what
the
did-
first time we heard of it on September 12th that night.
Good, thank you. Was any picture captured of Mr. Fox doing that?
Yes,
Okay, and who took that picture?
that was Undercover Red, who went under the bridge. Undercover Red was the FBI's explosive expert who we introduced to Adam Fox.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that in a minute, okay? All right, and did you receive that picture?
Yes, after the surveillance, I met with Undercover Red and collected his recording devices and any evidence he obtained.
Okay, and did you obviously debrief or speak with him about what happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. I'll move for admission of Exhibit 198, please.
Mr. Sykes.
That's standing my objection.
Okay. Okay, the court will admit, People's Proposed Exhibit 198, it's obviously has been testified. I think it's a generic photo of that bridge, is how I would describe it. That has been made clear to the jury so they can give that weight, whatever, or they can give that whatever weight they wish. But I do believe it would assist the fact finder when referencing this petition. So, anyway.
Thank you, Judge. You mentioned Mr. Fox going underneath the bridge on the nighttime surveillance, right?
Yes, sir.
On the north end of, or the north side of the river there, what do we see?
So the right side of this picture is north, and there's a boardwalk that goes under the bridge, so you can see the abutment of the bridge.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Can you look at picture, I'm sorry, exhibit rather, 202 in your book there? It's actually, it's not going to be. Are you familiar with exhibit 202?
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
This is a dash camera video that was provided by Brian Higgins. Brian Higgins was from Wisconsin. He came over to the Luther training. He was on the nighttime surveillance. He was the one who had affixed dash cam video to his truck that he recorded the surveillance for the operators.
And where did that video project, or what was it covering?
So there's a camera facing out in front of his truck and a camera facing towards him. So there was 2 cameras on that dash cam video.
Okay. And tell us how you came into possession of that.
After the nighttime surveillance on Sunday in Luther, so this was September 13th, 2020, there was a meeting, and following the meeting, we call it the Circle of Trust meeting. Brian Higgins gave CHS Dan a thumb drive with the recordings he'd captured so that the team could use it for further training. After that day, I met with Dan and obtained that evidence, and which is this dash cam video.
Okay. And generally, what does it show us?
So generally, it's about a 2-minute video, and it shows the front of Brian Higgins' car, which has Ty Garvin and Caleb Franks in it, as it's going down Timberlake Drive, and they're looking for the governor's address based on Adam Fox's descriptions. So this is what we're calling the signal car. later. This is the first trip down, and then subsequent trips, they'll flash their lights going down Timberlake Drive.
Okay. And Timberlake Drive, is that the street that the governor's cabin was on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The video, I'm going to move for admission of Exhibit 202, please.
Mr. Seiler?
Stand on objection.
Mr. Brown?
No objection.
The court will admit this exhibit 202 vision is what is specified as the video is creation from his knowledge, explaining how he retrieved it, so it will be admitted.
Thank you very much. Adam, can you play that, please? Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant. Yeah.
Oh, here's some filing numbers, these green signs up there. Those numbers we're looking for? 8936. Is that one of them? Oh, yeah. 673. So my order is 683. Scott. Yeah, we're going down. How much longer are we on this road? Is that yeah. And is that supposed to be very good? So maybe these numbers will pop up on the side. This is 3.5. 6.515. This is the end right here. Okay. Should I read this second number? Yeah.
Thank you. You called this the spotter car, is that correct?
No.
I mean,
the
I'm sorry,
signal car.
signal car. How many vehicles were part of the nighttime surveillance?
3 vehicles.
Okay, you've indicated the signal car. What were the other 2 cars?
The spotter car and the lookout car.
Okay, who was in the spotter car?
The spotter car was driven by CHS Dan. Barry Croft was in the car. Adam Fox was in the car. Obviously, CHS Dan. Steve Robeson was in the back seat. I believe there was one other person in the car. Oh, Undercover Red. Undercover Red was in the car.
Let's come back to Undercover Red for a minute. You mentioned that using undercover agents yesterday. Your testimony, I think, was that it's an exceptional thing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you mentioned there's obviously danger to them.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury why Undercover Red was introduced into this investigation?
So Undercover Red was an explosives expert, and he was introduced because Adam Fox was looking and had claimed to have found his own explosive expert, and we didn't know who that was. Adam Fox was in contact with somebody he called the Baker, and Adam Fox had described to CHS Dan what the baker could do, what his capabilities were to be able to make cakes and send cupcakes. We were concerned because based on Adam Fox's description, it sounded like the baker knew what he was doing. And so we didn't want actual explosives to be in Adam Fox's hands. So I determined that we needed to get an undercover agent into that role so that Adam Fox would only be buying explosives from us for safety of the public.
Would Adam Fox, would Red ever sell or provide real explosives to Adam Fox?
No, Red would never provide any actual explosives to Adam Fox.
Okay. All right. And then, so we're going back to the nighttime surveillance. We got a spotter car. A signal car, a spotter car. And then I think the third car again was?
That was the lookout car.
Okay. And what was the role of the lookout car?
The lookout car was in the neighborhood looking for anything that could be a problem for surveillance. So law enforcement, activity in the community. They're performing surveillance at night. They'd already obtained surveillance during the day. So you need to know the activity of the neighborhood, the pattern of life at night, as well as be looking for law enforcement, because it's a lot different when you're doing surveillance at night than it is during the day.
Okay. Who was in the surveillance car?
That was the lookout car.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the lookout car. Thank you. I
Okay.
conflated that.
That was Mike Null, Bill Null, and Undercover Mark.
Okay. And did you create? Tell us what exhibit number 5 is, please.
Exhibit number 5 is an animated route of travel with some times on it, similar to the one we just saw with the daytime surveillance. It's the nighttime surveillance route of travel with the times.
And how did you put that together?
So I put that together through my knowledge from actually following behind, performing surveillance myself, and then listening to the audio live as it occurred, and then corresponding where the vehicles were during the live audio.
Okay. So the travel animation, does it show the route or where does it accurately show what happened that evening in terms of the surveillance and the route?
Yes, sir.
Move for admission, please, of exhibit number 5.
Just for purposes of clarification, is it 1 vehicle, 3 vehicles? I'm not sure. If we could just
Yeah,
get
no.
a foundation on
Thank you.
on the video.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. He wondered how many vehicles were traveling for this one, as was explained previously.
And I'd ask,
They didn't know what he meant.
Yeah, so it shows 3 vehicles. It shows 1 route of travel, and then there'll pop up with a spot, and it'll show the location and timestamp of those 3 vehicles, and then the route of travel will progress up north, and it'll show the 3 vehicles, and then it'll keep going.
Mr. Simon?
We'd stay on our objections, Judge.
No objection.
Okay. Well, we'll admit, People's 5, it has been testified that it's an accurate description and representation of the route of travel for the night surveillance as testified to by Agent Impola based on there. So it will be admitted and can be published.
thank you. And go ahead and play that if you would. Can you pause that for a minute? Thank you, Adam. Go ahead. And pause. What do we see here, Agent Impola?
So this is the location of Ty Garvin's remote hunting property. It doesn't have a physical address, but it's right there off of just west of 3 Mile Road and North Skookum Road, and this is in Luther. So this was the field training exercise that weekend that the Ty Garvin and the Wolverine Watchman and Fox had put on.
Okay. And again, Barry Croft attended that training, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Molitor?
Yes, sir.
How about Mr. Michael Knoll?
Yes.
How about Mr. William Knoll?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please. Pause. We see here the Walmart near Cadillac, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What happens there generally?
This is the staging location where they all met and waited for people to arrive. As people left Luther training area, some people grabbed some food, some people changed their clothes. So they all generally left and then staged and waited for everybody to arrive in the Walmart parking lot in Cadillac.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam. Ooh. And pause. What are we looking at there, Agent Impola?
Well, this is the East Mart. It's the mobile just off 31, but to the west of it is the AMVET Post 149. It's the parking lot of the AMVET where the 3 vehicles met and got instructions prior to heading north into the village and to the Birch Lake.
What type of instructions and by whom?
So Adam Fox gave instructions. He got out of his vehicle and he gave rolls to the vehicle. I think he was walking 2 different vehicles. It was raining out at night, so some people tried to stay in vehicles and minimize their time outside.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam. And pause. What are we looking at there? We saw the time stamp there. I think it was 11:02, if I'm not mistaken. What are we looking at there, Mr. Impola?
So this is the location of the spotter car. So Adam Fox's car with Undercover Red and Dan and Barry Croft. So this is where they pulled off on the west side of 31 and then went down through that boardwalk. And they took a picture. Adam Fox and Undercover Red went under the bridge and took pictures of the bridge abutment.
Okay. Let me pause for a moment here and ask. You mentioned the spotter car was going to flash its lights when it found the governor's address, I believe.
That's the signal car.
I'm sorry, signal car. I apologize. The signal car was going to flash its lights as it went by the governor's address. Is that?
Yeah, so the signal car was going to flash its lights. They also had an IR illuminator, which is infrared light. They had a flashlight that they were going to shine. And the spotter car, which was on the north side of Birch Lake on the boat launch, had night vision, and they were trying to look across the lake and see if they could see the signals from the headlights and the IR illuminator so they could determine the route across the lake towards the governor's location.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam. Thank you. Pause. The picture we see there, what are we looking at?
So this is Adam Fox under the bridge abutment here on 31. So we're on the west side facing east across on Elk River. And that's Adam Fox going up under the bridge to take pictures of where to place explosives.
Okay. Please play. Pause. As we look at the screen now, where is the Governor's Street?
So the Governor Street is just north of this purple location marker that says 1129. So that's Timberlake Drive right there as the purple marker is driving down Williams Road.
Okay. And we look to the north end of the lake there, and what is that?
That's the boat launch. So that's the location where the spotter car went.
Okay. Prior to this nighttime surveillance, Agent Impola, did you make any contact with your partners at the Michigan State Police and the governor's security detail?
Yes, so prior to both surveillances, I contacted the commander of the Governor's Protection Detail, Trooper Scott McManus, before the daytime and the nighttime surveillance, and advised him and the protection detail of what was going on.
Okay. Was anybody at the governor's address? I mean, did they allow anybody to be at the
Oh,
governor's?
absolutely not.
Okay. Okay. On either surveillance.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
definitely. Nobody was there.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam, and play that if you would.
Here's some fire line numbers, you green signs up here. What's number you're looking for? 8936. Say it one more time. So hang on, try to roll down. Oh, yeah. So it went over to 6831. It's got one. I can't read those everything. Six, 4, 1. Yeah, we're going down. How much longer we got on this road? He said it's at the end. Thank you. He said it's close to the very end, so maybe these numbers will pop up on the other side. This is 3-5. 6-5, 1-5. This is the end right here. Should give me a second number.
Okay. And Agent Impola, on the first pass down Timberlake Drive that evening, did the signal car, were they successful in finding the governor's address?
So they went by the governor's address. They initially had the address wrong. So initially when they went by, they didn't realize they got it. They were looking for the
Pause.
7800 block. Then later in the surveillance, they figured out that it was actually the 6800 block, and they had found the correct address.
Okay, so they're on the right street the first time, wrong address, correct?
Correct.
Second trip down, how many trips did they make that evening?
They went down and back, down and back.
Okay. And did the spotter car ever go on to Timberlake Drive?
No.
Okay. How about the lookout car that was occupied by the Null twins?
No. Both those cars stayed away from Timberlake Drive. That wasn't their role.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam. Pause. What are we about to see here, Agent Impola?
So this is the second run down Timberlake Drive. and what you'll see is the flashing of the high beams and the signaling with the infrared flashlight as they get by the governor's house.
And if you could just, before you play that, Adam, we had video of the first trip down Timberlake Drive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and remind us again how we came into possession with that?
Brian Higgins, the gentleman from Wisconsin, had provided that video to CHS Dan for use in training.
Okay, and Mr. Higgins is on the subjects of investigation chart exhibit number 1 there, right?
Yes,
And we
so
don't need-
he's the third one over from the top,
Okay.
next to Adam Fox
Okay.
and Mike Knoll.
Okay, did you or Dan or anyone else in the investigation have any control of what Mr. Higgins provided?
No,
Okay, did Mr. Higgins provide the video to Dan, any video to Dan that captured the second trip down Timberlake Drive?
he just provided select clips of video for the team that he controlled. So he didn't have any control as to what he gave to us.
Okay, all right, so go ahead, please, Adam, and play. Why is the icon blinking?
So this is when they're flashing their high beams and using the IR illuminator to try and signal over to the spotter team on the boat launch, which had the night vision.
And your monitor, do you have any coverage of the spotter team on the north end of the lake at the boat launch?
Yes, CHS Dan and Undercover Red were there, so I was able to monitor that live.
Okay, and was the signaling from the signal car successful to the spotter car?
Objection, hearsay.
He was listening to what you said.
That's easy to fix. Just for the purposes of the record, I'll sustain the objection. I believe Mr. Wilson's going to fix that.
Thank you, Judge. You were live monitoring again means you can hear. Tell us what that is exactly.
Yeah, so Undercover Red is wearing a transmitter, and as is CHS Dan. And so I'm live monitoring the traffic on those devices during the surveillance.
While you were monitoring that, were you able to hear Mr. Fox make any comments about seeing any of the lights flashing from the signal car?
Yes, I was able to hear Mr. Fox say that he saw the signal car through the night vision that he was looking through.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Adam. Continue to play. And I'm sorry, Adam, can you go back a little bit? I got ahead of it. To the pickleball courts. And pause, please. Okay, what are we seeing there, Agent Impola?
So this is the debrief location. So following the surveillance, about 15 minutes that they were going up and down the street doing the signal spotting, they met here at, I don't know if it's tennis courts or pickleball courts, but it's right across from the Oasis Red Bull Tavern. And they spoke briefly, talked about what was going on before they got out of town.
Okay. Is that the same spot? Did you mention the Red Bull Tavern, the Oasis Red Bull Tavern yesterday during the daytime surveillance?
I did, yes.
Okay. And during the day, during the daytime surveillance, I'm sorry, you mentioned the lunch.
Yes.
Okay. And is the Red Bull where they had lunch?
Yeah, so Red Bull Tavern is where Eric Molitor, CHS Dan, and Adam Fox had lunch during the daytime surveillance.
Okay, and this is the same location?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead, please, Adam.
Sorry, it's just across the street from it. It's not at it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Where'd the cars go to after the surveillance?
Two of the cars went back to Luther, and Undercover Mark took off.
Okay. All right, thank you. Can you look in your book, please, and tell us what exhibit number 6 is?
That's a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break. So if you could, for the menus that you have, use this time to make your selection for lunch. And then we're coming back. You guys do this, okay? We'll take a break for 10, 15 minutes, give everybody a chance to use the restroom and do all possible things, and then we'll be back. All rise, please. You all can see. Okay, the jury's out of the courtroom. I had one question about, is it a 202 in the book that I was given? There was a 202C of the transcript. Is that going to be admitted also along a separate exhibit, or is it not being admitted?
Let me catch up with you, Judge. I'm sorry.
This is. Would you like it?
Yeah, no, yeah, I got it. Thank you. Give me a moment during the break, Judge. We'll think about how to cope with that. I think the audio was fairly clear. I may move for it. I think, you know what, and when the jury comes back, I will move for that transcript to be admitted. I'll foundation it with this witness.
Okay.
And thank you for the reminder.
Okay. I just wanted to know if
Yeah.
they were being admitted.
Yeah.
The parties don't have to understand.
Yep. No, I understand. Thank you.
So for clarification, are we going to go over that again then?
I'll
Just asking.
Yeah, when we come back from lunch, from a break, I will lay the foundation. We'll get that in.
Okay.
Thank you,
And
Judge.
obviously, the objection, we heard that. Other than that, Mr. Walton, anything for you before, okay, break?
No, sir.
Mr. Vincenzo, anything before? we-
No, thank you.
Mr. Simon?
No, thank you.
Mr. Burnett? Okay, everybody take a good 10, 15 minutes, we'll come back.
Thank you.
The record can reflect that the jury still out of the courtroom. Anything that we need to discuss with the bringing them back up? Mr. Alston?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunn?
No, thank you.
Mr. Simon?
No, thank you.
Mr. Brown? No. Thank you. Everybody can remain standing for the jury, please. Looks like the jury needs another minute. I leave it to you whether you want to sit down and stand right back up. As you know, as soon as you do, they'll be ready, but if you so wish, go right ahead.
Make sure, hey, these are all the same. Yeah, there's 18 and 16. So we're too short. Okay.
All rise. The jury is coming back.
That's okay. I'm not here.
Everyone may be seated. Thank you.
I do.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning again. In your book there, Agent Impola, if you can look at exhibit number 6, please.
I have it here.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
Yes, this is what I call a comms chart, and it is a chronological chart showing what I consider to be significant communications between Eric Molitor and Adam Fox during the course of the investigation.
Tell us a little bit about, how did you get the information to make that chart?
So this information is a compilation of results from search warrant information. So search warrants to Facebook and a review of Eric Molitor's phone and Adam Fox's phone, as well as audio clips, events where they met in person, such as the daytime surveillance, and listening to audio And trying to think if there's any other things I used to compile this. Also logging into Dan's account. So what I did during the course of the investigation is when CHS Dan was having encrypted wire communications, he gave me his username and password, and I was able to take a tablet and log into his account and then monitor what Dan was saying to Eric Molitor, or what was being said on encrypted chats that were self-deleting that Dan was part of.
Let's take it kind of one chunk at a time there. You mentioned some Facebook accounts, right? And I think you mentioned search warrants again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's you're seeking a judge's permission to look at that, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And were you granted that permission?
So I received permission to look at Eric Molitor's Facebook account and to look at Adam Fox's Facebook account.
And I think the next chunk would be, you mentioned cell phones. I think you mentioned Mr. Molitor's cell phone and Mr. Fox's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So I did receive search warrants and I did review Adam Fox's cell phone and Eric Molitor's cell phone.
Now, let's think about that for a minute. I mean, you said the arrests occurred on October 7th. Is that right?
Yes.
Before October 7th, I mean, did you have either of those two phones?
No.
Okay. Were they seized during the arrests?
Yes.
And then did you seek a judge's permission to look at them?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then let's talk a little bit about Wire there. You said it's an encrypted chat of some type.
Yeah. So Wire it's an application. It's a social media messaging application that's end-to-end encrypted. And it has the ability to have self-deleting messages.
Do you have the ability to use this to seek a judge's permission to look at a Wire account?
No.
Why?
Wire is not located within the United States, and then so they're not they don't respond to legal process from the United States, but also because Wire it's encrypted, so Wire doesn't have the actual content of the message. Wire manages the account with end-to-end encryption so that it allows the users to be able to communicate, but there is no content that can be seized.
Did you say that Wire, that application in particular, is U.S. based or is not?
Is not.
Okay. So so you said you went in, the way that you were able to access that, I think, was you were looking at it through Dan's account?
Yeah, so I was logged into an FBI tablet into Dan's account while Dan was logged in at the same time. So as Dan's communicating with the rest of the group chats or directly with Eric Molitor, I'm able to see what's happening and then capture that before it gets deleted or goes away.
How often did you have to do that?
Daily. There's a 24-hour timer on the group chats, and I can't recall for each individual chat if there was a timer, if it auto-deleted right away, or what the timer was set to.
Okay. So in capturing that, those communications that Dan had access to, did you, was that part of the discovery that was turned over to the defense?
Yeah, so that's just another part of the electronic footprint or these electronic comms chart exhibit that I used to compile this exhibit.
Okay. And in terms of what you had access to, is that an accurate representation of the communications between Mr. Molitor and Adam Fox?
Yes, and just to be clear, it's not exhaustive. It's not all the communication. I just took some of the pertinent communication that I could fit on one page that seemed to make sense about their relationship.
Move for admission of exhibit number 6, please.
Based on the request and the involvement of Mr. Burnett, I'm going to second you on this one.
Second, Your Honor.
Yep. And while we're doing that, Mr. Nunzio, Mr. Cyber,
Please say that my objection.
Mr. Burnett, you can take a minute.
I just want to place an objection on the record. We're welcoming most of these exhibits. Sure. Because we'd like to respond to them. I would just note that a lot of this has to do with exhibits that are not in yet. I believe they're going to come in, or maybe not, but this is probably premature in that way. They have some workflow here to agent if I could.
Sure. So,
Maybe you said there was a search warrant for Mr. Monitor's phone, and that's where you got some of this stuff.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that he gave up his phone, his password, going to his statue at his house?
Well, we had a search warrant for his phone, but he did provide consent for his phone during his interview at the house.
And he sent it to the car for something in here as well, correct?
Yes, I believe he consented to the search of his car.
And back to the phone, which is really my focus here, he provided a password as well.
He did.
So there was a search warrant, but there was also consent to search plus a password on the phone.
Yes, sir.
So order your honors, if you have no objection, welcome this exhibit.
People proposed exhibit 6, Agent Impola has testified to the basis for how he created this document. I guess I'll refer to these as summaries or charts, and he has testified to the basis for creating them. So it is appropriate in the court line, and I think we would just a backminder. So based on that, I will admit people's exhibits.
Thank you. And can you permission to publish, Judge?
Yep.
Thank you. And also, I've got handouts for the jury on this one. Yeah, I did, actually. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Just before we leave Exhibit 6 there, Agent Impola, is this all of the communication between Mr. Molitor and Mr. Fox?
Oh, no, definitely not.
Tell us about that.
Well, the phone search warrants, only when we did a phone dump or a forensic extraction of the phone, it only shows you what was recent on the phone. So if you're having encrypted communications or phone calls that are months in time, your phone memory, the cache overwrites it. There's no ability to go back and collect all of that data. So as you're using the device, your phone is like a computer. It'll keep some messages in its memory cache, and you can extract some things from the phone, but you can't get everything that occurred on that phone. So in this case, we got some sort of information on the phone, but I'm not aware of all the phone calls and messages and the early communications that Eric Molitor had with Adam Fox. I just have some portion of the electronic footprint, and most of that is through the Facebook messages, because Facebook did keep all their messages. I had put in a preservation request to Facebook early on, so they kept those messages. So we have more of the Facebook messages than we do of any calls and chats directly between the two.
Okay. Let's turn to Exhibit number 7, please. Can you take a look at that in your book?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
So this is a similar comms chart to the last exhibit. This comms chart is between the Null twins and Adam Fox and Barry Croft.
And tell us, if you will, how did you gather the information that's in there?
So in this case, it's via search warrant of their phones and a review of the phone dumps of the Null twins. It's also a review of the phone dumps of Adam Fox and Barry Croft. It's a review of Facebook search warrants. So Facebook search warrants there was a number of accounts for Bill Null. He had numerous accounts on Facebook, and then one Facebook account for Mike Null. Barry Croft had at least 3 Facebook accounts we wrote search warrants for, and then Adam Fox had 1 Facebook account that we had a search warrant for. In addition, there was also a search warrant for the Michigan Patriot 3%ers Facebook page, which I did forget to mention that on the last one. The search warrant for the Michigan Patriot 3%ers page also incorporates Exhibit 6 with the Eric Muller comms chart.
Let's stop there for a minute and talk about that. What's the name of that group again?
It's the Michigan Patriot 3%ers.
Okay. And what does 3%ers refer to?
3%ers is a reference used in the Boogaloo community or the militia extremist community, and it's refers to the American Revolution, when the concept here is that 3% of the American population was armed and fought against the British in order to overthrow the government, and that everybody else just kind of came along after the 3% of those militia members started to fight.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to move for admission of proposed exhibit number 7, please.
Mr. Sack.
Stand on objection.
Mr. Warren.
No objection.
Well, similarly to exhibit 6, Agent Impola has testified as to how he created this document, what forms the foundation for each of the boxes that he put on the summary, so to speak, of the chart. The court does believe that it provides relevant information to the fact finder and the system in making a determination in this case. So on that basis, I'll go over the ruling objections and people's exhibit 7 submitted and made.
Thank you. Can you put that up, Adam? And Judge, we have 17 copies here. We're going to have an 18th copy by the end of by the beginning of the afternoon session.
Ladies and gentlemen, whoever doesn't get a copy, don't worry about that. You know, the certification's office will supply one more. You don't need to tell us which one it is. Well, expect Mr. Wilson to do. You may come back from lunch. We'll just pass over a copy once we've gotten started and you're back in the room. And then whomever it is, you just receive the documents from your brother.
You know, it just dawned on me, Judge, those are color copies. And it may be tomorrow morning before we get the color copy. Yeah. Okay, Agent Impola, let's talk a little bit about June 6, 2020. During your investigation, was that a date that stands out?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us why?
Sure. So June 6th, 2020 was the date of the National Militia Meeting in Dublin, Ohio, the new Founding Fathers meeting, which was led by Barry Croft.
And did Adam Fox attend?
Yes, he did.
Did any of these defendants attend?
Yes, Bill Null attended the new Founding Fathers meeting.
Okay. And on Exhibit 7 there, is there any indication on June 17th about some encrypted communications?
Yes, so On June 17th, there was a Signal group chat that was started for the attendees of the new Founding Fathers meeting, and the name of the Signal group chat was New Founding Fathers.
Okay. And let's talk about operational security or OPSEC for a minute. During your investigation, did you determine whether or not the Knolls practice operational security?
Yes, they were very paranoid about operational security. They frequently discussed limiting their online communications and having in-person meetings.
Okay. What effect did this have on the investigation?
We didn't know when the Knoll twins were attending events or what their plans were. We didn't know to what extent Michigan Liberty Militia was involved in the operational planning. We just had less of a view of what was going on with the Knoll twins.
So would it be correct to say that operational security worked to a certain degree?
Oh, yes.
Okay. On August 27th there on that Exhibit 7, is there another, what do we see on August 27th?
So this is the Leaders Coalition chat. This is a Facebook chat that Mike Knoll and Bill Knoll were part of. That was led by Adam Fox. Adam Fox had started the Leaders Coalition chat, and this was included other militia members, militia leaders of their respective militias across the state of Michigan.
And on what kind of platform or application was that?
That was Facebook.
Okay. Okay.
If we could have some clarification of who else was on that besides who was placed on this so far.
Well, you'll have a chance to ask questions on cross-examination.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Turner, if you would propose exhibit number 8, please.
I have it here.
What is that?
So this is a chart of the significant members of the Wolverine Watchmen. This is the chart I was referring to earlier yesterday when counselors were asking for additional pictures. So these are the driver's license photographs of the Wolverine Watchmen as that militia was created.
Okay. And approximately how many members are displayed on there?
33, if I did my math right.
Okay. And were those the known members of the Wolverine Watchmen in terms of the investigation?
Yeah, so these were the significant members. The Wolverine Watchmen had a vetting process where they called people out of the group if they weren't willing to be considered domestic terrorists, or if they didn't show up to in-person training, if they were just a keyboard warrior and just posted online and never showed up, they would call members in and out. So there was, throughout the investigation, members coming in and members coming out. But these are the significant members that contributed the most and seemed to show up and be not just online guys.
Okay. In terms of the ideology of the Wolverine Watchmen, remind us of what that was.
So that's an anarchist ideology. They wanted to attack the government, and they were forming regional QRFs, or quick response teams. And then if there was a traffic stop or search warrant at one of their houses, they would respond with those teams to attack the government.
The government being police officers.
Yes.
Okay. Move for admission of number 8, please.
Mr. Nundy? Mr. Seibert?
Same objection.
Mr. Barnett?
Sure, want to hear your own, please?
Sure, go ahead.
What were the number of actual people in and out? Is there a total that you have? It's 33.
Yes, and I'll try to answer this as best I can. Please stop me if I get too far, but
Who's
there's.
not on here, number-wise?
So there's 3 levels of involvement in the Wolverine Watchman. There's the original Facebook page, which is a cover for recruiting. So
People were on there, sir.
I believe at its height, it got to about 145 people on the Wolverine Watchman Facebook page. And then as members were recruited from Facebook, they were invited into a vetting chat, and they were invited to join the Wire group page for the Wolverine Watchman after they passed the vetting chat. So at that peak, it had about 45 members of the encrypted Wire chat. And then after they had in-person meetings, they had a mandatory meeting on June 14th where they culled down the membership and they kicked people off the pages. So they then kind of shrunk up the group after that. Hopefully that.
That's where we got down to 33 here.
Yes.
Looks like about 7 of these guys were arrested out of the 33.
Okay, Judge, we're getting outside of voir dire, this exhibit, I believe.
Relevant.
Do you have any additional questions or is that?
That's my only question.
Sorry, I'm counting.
No, that's not good.
So there's 9 members of this chart that were arrested.
And on 33.
Correct.
Thank you. Anything else?
Any objection to this admission? And Agent, you referenced, I think it was June 14th, you said, or there was some meetings before your consent.
I'm sorry, that was 2020.
Well, the court will admit people's proposed exhibit 8, certainly these members tying into people's case as has been described by Agent Impola, and whatever questions there were as to which members were arrested, the numbers, the jury can take into account in terms of weight, but it doesn't go to admissibility. I do believe it would assist them in reaching the ultimate determination in this case. So for those reasons, it will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Let's talk about Mr. Barnett's question there. I mean, why didn't you arrest everybody? Did everybody do the same thing?
Well, certainly everybody didn't.
Sorry, please object these leading the witness. And counsel on questions.
Well, I think if it was leading, it was simply referencing the question that Mr. Barnett asked, so that he knew what the follow-up question would be. And so if I understood the question correctly, Mr. Wilson asked first, why didn't you arrest anyone else of these 33 other than those 9? And then any follow-up questions go ahead, Mr. Wilson. So for those purposes, all over the
Thank you.
I mean, did everybody do exactly the same thing? I mean,
Well, certainly everybody did not do the same thing. Part of the reason is I'm trying to make those assessments that I was talked about.
and that's where I want to go to. Thank you.
So part of the job here is not to just go arrest everybody. You're trying to make an arrest to stop people from committing violence. So if somebody was aware of the plot, if they knew the governor was going to be kidnapped, if they got scared and backed out, or if they talked big online and then never actually showed up for the nighttime surveillance or the daytime surveillance, those are some of the assessments that I'm looking at. So when we go to make an arrest, we're trying to take care of the guys, the ones that keep me up at night, the ones that are the heavy hitters, the ones that I'm worried are going to go out and conduct violence themselves, or help others conduct violence. We're trying to stop the actual threat. And so there is really, no goal or point in arresting somebody who got scared and left, or had partial knowledge and didn't report it to anybody. We're really trying to look for people's actions and significant criminal activity.
Okay. And while we're on the point of arrest there, Agent Impola, in this case, with these defendants and really all the defendants that were involved in this investigation, prior to arrests, were arrest warrants sought?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you told us about how a search warrant, you go and you get a judge's permission to do something, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive a judge's permission through an arrest warrant for Eric Mahler before you arrested him?
Yes, I did.
And was that granted?
Yes.
Okay. How about for Mr. William Null?
Yes.
And how about for Mr. Michael Null?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. That's 10. I'm sorry, no.
That's 8.
That's 8. Thank you. Okay. If you would, please turn to proposed exhibit number 10.
I have it here.
And can you tell us what that is
Sure.
and how many pages it is?
So this is a 5-page document that I created from Facebook search warrant of Joe Morrison's account and the Wolverine Watchman group page.
Okay, and as we look at the Wolverine Watchman up on the screen there, Mr. Morrison, I think, is depicted in the upper left-hand corner. Is that right? Or,
No.
second from the left.
Yes, second from the left. Musico is in the upper left, and then right next to him is Morrison.
Okay, and are they related in any way, either by blood or marriage?
By marriage, so Joe Morrison married Jada Morrison on the far right, who is Pete Musico's daughter.
Making Mr. Musico Mr. Morrison's father-in-law.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And what role did Joe Morrison have in the Wolverine Watchman?
So Joe Morrison was the founder of the Wolverine Watchmen. Those 6 members across the top, those were the original founding members back in 2019.
Okay. Is that before COVID?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the exhibit number 10 there, it's some Facebook communications, is that right?
It is. And
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's Facebook communications, but just to be clear, what I've done is I've taken the original Facebook communication, I screen captured it, and then I put a black box on it. So
Yep.
these exhibits have a black box that is my creation. It didn't come from Facebook like that.
And why did you do that?
To draw attention to what we were going to be talking about, but to provide the context in which these chats were created. So I didn't want to take away the before and after statements around what we're talking about, but I wanted to highlight the statement that I wanted to bring to the jury and the court's attention.
Okay. Forgive me if yesterday you testified about the volume of Facebook records that you got back. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and if my memory serves me correct, I think it was in the tens of thousands of pages.
Yes, per account.
Okay. And is every page of each account relevant to the trial?
No, absolutely not. A lot of those communications are just getting all the communications that were captured on Facebook after I sent Facebook a preservation letter. So,
And why don't we tell the jury what a preservation letter is?
preservation letter is a notice that law enforcement sends to that company to not delete the Facebook account. So what happens a lot of times is as the investigation goes, individuals can delete their accounts before law enforcement is able to prepare a search warrant. So what happens after I send in a preservation letter, Facebook freezes that account, and then I follow up with a search warrant, and then I get the contents of that account.
Preservation letter does just that, it preserves evidence.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does a preservation letter give you permission to look at the account?
No.
You still have to go and ask for a judge's permission?
Yes.
Okay. All right. The 5-page document, proposed exhibit number 10, you said it was 5 pages in length, right?
Yes.
And generally, what does it show us?
It shows us the creation of the Wolverine Watchmen, their ideology, and how they recruited and wished to target the governor.
Okay, I'm going to move for admission of proposed exhibit number 10, please.
Mr. Henrik? Mr. Savage?
State under objection.
Mr. Barnett?
Okay.
The court will admit people's proposed exhibit 10, we believe that it is relevant, given the overarching aspect of what we're talking about. I believe that it was the fact finder, their determination for the issue at hand, so it is admitted and can be published.
Thank you. Adam, if you can give us page 1, please. Okay, we're gonna have to, can we zoom in on that a little bit? I don't know if that's possible. Well, and before you do that, Adam, Agent Impola, what are we looking at here?
So these are 2 pages of the Facebook return. So this is how I look at it from Facebook. And I screen captured 1 page on the left that's labeled 501 and 1 page on the right that's labeled 107. And
let's start with the flag in the upper right-hand corner. I mean, it kind of looks like the American flag.
yeah, so that's a Boogaloo Boys version of the American flag. This was the profile picture of the group page created by Joe Morrison back in 2019.
Okay, Boogaloo Boys. I mean, what do you mean by that?
So those are people who believe in the Boogaloo or the Civil War, or Mujahideen fighters,
Okay.
or patriots. Those are all part of the movement, the anarchist movement.
Okay, what is the symbol? What does the igloo signify?
So the igloo is code for big igloo, which is a code word for the Boogaloo. So online, a lot of times threats will be and references to war and killing will be taken down. But if you use code words, the Facebook and Instagram, these companies will not take down those references.
I notice a horizontal stripe in the flag. It seems to have some flowers and some colors in it. And what does that signify?
Well, that's the location where law enforcement would often put a thin blue line, and that would signify support for law enforcement. But in this case, we're putting a floral pattern or a Hawaiian motif pattern, which signals Boogaloo or the Civil War.
Okay, and you said we put it there. I think you said that. I mean, was that something that was organic to the search warrant, or did you put that there?
I did not put that there, and what I was trying to say and kind of stumbling through was when I say we, I mean I'm a member of law enforcement. So when I say we, law enforcement will put the thin blue line across the American flag. But in this, I'm not talking about that. In this case here, sorry for the confusion, this is the flag that was produced by Joe Morrison.
Got it. Okay, thank you. All right. How do we know when the Wolverine Watchmen were started?
So if you look at the box on the top left, the wall post, so there's the creation date,
Okay, thank you.
November 25th, 2019.
Okay, and can you go to the second box, please? Yes, thank you. The one below.
Your Honor, could I ask about the foundation here? I'm just curious if these were all on the same page or snippets that are cut and pasted and that's prior to the admission.
If I understood the testimony correctly, these were taken from the full Facebook records that were obtained through the search warrant. And Agent Impola, if I understood his testimony correctly, the messages that he highlighted, those are the ones with the boxes around it. He did include messages before and after for the purposes and context. Do I have that correct?
That's correct. And just so you can see the page number on the top from the Facebook return, but like this left page
Yes.
is a different page from the right page. They're 2 separate pages that are copied and pasted. So they're independent.
Thank you for
Did that answer
that.
your question?
Yes, it did, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Okay, and we see here the same date, I believe, as the what we just read in terms of the creation date of the page. Once you read that into the record, please.
Sure. So this is from page 501 of a Facebook business record, and this is from November 26, 2019 by Joe Morrison. It says, well, boys, welcome to the Wolverine Watchmen. I can't stress this enough. Recruit, but vet. We do not need bad apples in the group. We need to establish regional QRFs. I'm the unit commander for now unless we find someone with more experience or knowledge. I will establish regional commanders as we grow. Right now, at the Facebook profile David Norris, you are in charge of our region, and at the Facebook profile for James Palmer II. You are in charge of yours. Report any major police, Fed, or military movements to me. From there, we will decide how to respond. I will make the group on wire so everyone get it. It's more secure than FB. This is for networking only. All planning will be through wire or face-to-face. So spread the word of liberty and grow the movement. Morte, semper tyrannis, and long live the Republic. Boogaloo Bunyan out.
Okay, let's lean into this for a minute. It's been a long time since I had any Latin, but morte semper tyrannis. Are you familiar with what that translates to?
Yes,
Go ahead.
it's death to tyrants.
Okay, tyrants. We've heard a little bit about that. I mean, is the word tyrant in any way associated with the Boogaloo movement or the Civil War?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So tyrant refers to the government, police, or politicians who are preventing members of the Boogaloo or anarchists from doing what they want. So anybody who tells them something they don't want to do is a tyrant, and then once you're a tyrant, it's justified to kill you.
His indication of he's going to make a wire group and that this Facebook is for networking only. How does that fit into operational security?
So that's part of the staged vetting and recruiting process that I was explaining earlier. The point here is to get the right people, the people who are willing to be trigger pullers, the people who are willing to show up. And so this vetting process is a way to find people. So obviously anybody can join the Facebook group online, but then as you go through the in-person vetting and into the encrypted chats and show up in person, by the time you come out, they're just trusted individuals who are part of your team.
The handle at the bottom there, Boogaloo Bunyan. Who was that?
That was Joe Morrison.
Okay. And again, this is November of 19, correct?
Correct.
Before COVID.
Yes.
Did you get any, in your investigation, did you learn why Mr. Morrison was starting this group?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So Joe Morrison had been pulled over and arrested for carrying a concealed weapon. It was a concealed weapon charge by local law enforcement, and he was enraged at that event. Shortly following his sentencing on November 21st, I believe, is when he was sentenced of 2019. He started the Wolverine Watchman.
Okay. Let's go to the right side of the page, please. And what is this box message? Read that into the record, please.
So this is a description by Joe Morrison as to the Wolverine Watchman. It's from the day he started the group. Wolverine Watchman is a group of patriots to develop and assemble and recruit like-minded individuals. Develop regional QRFs and squad tactics. Only add people you trust. No status, no FUDs, no bootlickers, and no cops or feds.
Okay. What's a statist?
A statist is a person who believes in a strong central government.
What is a FUD?
A FUD is, it's like Elmer Fudd. So it's a casual gun owner who just owns guns for like hunting or plinking around and who isn't willing to use them like the other members of the Boogaloo Boys are.
What's a bootlicker?
A bootlicker is somebody who's subservient to members of the military or law enforcement. So the constitutes, they lick their boots.
And okay. We can go to page 2, please. And the first, thank you, Adam. Can you show us a highlight or a zoom in of the second box, please? Yes. Thank you. And what's the date on this message?
This is November 27th, 2019.
Okay. And read the record, read the message rather into the record, please.
Everyone here, download Wire. We will no longer be planning anything on here. All comms to move to Wire until further notice, and message me usernames to add to the group chap.
Okay. Is this a form of operational security?
Yes.
Okay. And the next box, please. Tell us what this is.
This is a statement by Joe Morrison from November 27th, 2019.
And go ahead and read that into the record.
No, I'm Michigan living under Governor Whitmer's tyranny, fixing to change all that.
Okay. And now that's Joe Morrison before COVID.
Correct.
Okay. The next box, please, Adam. And I think we've moved to page 3 now,
Yes, sir.
and of the exhibit. And tell us what we're looking at there.
So at the top here, this is Joe Morrison. Says, gotcha. Well, I'm Boo Boo Bunyan, leader of the Wolverine Watchmen. Another user, Sam Rutledge, replied, okay, you did mention that you're setting up a quick response team, that you're one of the big igloo leaders. Joe Morrison replied, and this is on November 28th, that I am. Doesn't seem like anyone else is taking charge in Michigan.
Okay. The quick response teams, is that the QRFs that you've already told us about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Adam, if you can move to the next box, please. What do we see here, Agent Impola?
Further discussion on November 28, 2019, Joe Morrison stated, all I see is talk, no action, followed by, I'm trying to bring action.
Okay. And the last one, please, Adam. And what do we see here, Agent Impola?
This is a statement by Pete Musico, and it's religious justification for the people.
Go ahead and read that into the record.
This is from December 6, 2019.
And again, that's before COVID, right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Pete Musico said, the one thing I've learned about living, I'm not about 42 years old, but one thing I've learned is you don't mess with a man and his family. When you start messing with his family and his home, things within his home, then it's time for the man to stand up and take action. Take arms and take back what is rightfully his. I personally believe politicians right now that are in Washington and in Lansing and in our local municipalities should be hanging by the end of a rope right this moment for everybody to see publicly. That way the next set of politicians that come in next know not to commit treason against we the people. So I take a knee, I pray to God Almighty, I pick up my rifle and protect what is mine. Soon, soon, soon.
Okay. Can we move to, I believe, page 4, Agent Impola?
I have it.
Okay, and we're looking at that now on the big screen.
Yes, this is from January 1st, 2020. Joe Morrison stated, too many new joins. Most shit ain't talked about here. More on wire and serious shit is face to face. You can get added to the wire vetting group than to the main group.
Again, is this an example of operational security?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next box, please. And what is this, Agent Impola?
This is a post by Joe Morrison from January 3rd, 2020, trying to weed out the statists and try to get Mujahideen, and not so much these people who thinks it's a militia and about changing laws.
Hey, remind us about that Mujahideen. What does that mean?
Those are individuals who are willing to die for the cause.
Okay. Is there a reference in other terrorist groups that uses a similar word?
Yeah, so in Islamic terrorism, Mujahideen fighters are terrorists who are willing to die for the cause.
And Mujahideen, is that a play off Google?
Yes.
Okay. And go ahead to the next box, please.
Joe Morrison stated, this is from January 3rd, 2020, yes, a militia, but not like the other no action militias, if you get what I'm saying.
Okay. You told us a little while ago about paper patriots and Keyboard warriors, is that similar to what no action militias?
Yes, that's the whole concept here, the Boogaloo Boys.
Okay. And I think we're moving to page 5. Oh, yeah, thank you. And the last on page 4 there, what do we see?
To be clear here, page 4 cuts off and goes into page 5. So
Okay,
these
yep.
2 pages,
Yep.
Counselor, do connect. So it says here, from January 3rd, 2020, I completely agree with you. What I'm trying to say. I completely agree with you. What I'm trying to say is some of this other militias have been organized and around for decades and have not acted. I just don't want this to become a group that just lays army men in the woods with their buddies and lets tyranny run rampant. I agree we need to get organized and trained, absolutely. But I want us to be able to act when the time comes to act.
Okay. And the last box there is, I think, on page 5, right? Well, before you go there, Adam, that's fine. That's fine. And what is the last box on page 5 there, Agent Impola?
From February 20th, 2020. This is Bill Morrison, and he says, you can either support the liberty of all people, we the people, or you can support the system and the jackboot tyrants and their goons. There can be no in between. Pick a side, freedom or slavery.
That reference to goons, what's that about?
It's generally the FBI or the feds. We're kind of referred to as like jackbooted thugs or goons.
Okay. Okay, let's talk a little bit about your first time meeting Dan. Okay. Yeah, if you can return that to the exhibit book, thank you. Remind us the date that you first met Dan.
March 17th, 2020.
Okay, and I think you told us yesterday how you came to meet him through a Mount Morris police officer that sent him to you. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and by this time, before meeting Dan, did you know anything about the Wolverine Watchman?
I'd never heard of him.
Okay, and when you met Dan, I mean, just tell us about that first meeting.
So the first meeting with Dan, he came and he talked about his involvement in this group. And so I was a little bit suspicious. I asked to look at his phone and wanted to see what he was talking about and see what he contributed to the group.
Okay. How long did Dan tell you how long he had been in the group prior to meeting you?
Yeah, he said he had been in the group for a couple of weeks.
Okay. And in terms of what did he have to show you on his phone?
So he just gave over his phone and gave us consent to look at whatever we needed on his phone. And we pulled up, he explained how the wire chat worked. And we pulled up the wire chat on his phone. And he talked about the wire chat, how it was encrypted and it had self-deleting chats. And we didn't really know how it worked. So we took pictures of the phone because we didn't know if it was like Snapchat where it tells the user that you took a screen capture. We were worried about the settings that the group had for their own OPSEC. So we physically took pictures of Dan's phone just not to put him in any danger.
Okay. And proposed exhibit number 11, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
Yeah, so number 11, these are some of the pertinent photographs taken of Dan's phone the first day we met him.
And what does 11 show us exactly?
It shows us the different chat groups that were set up for the Wolverine Watchmen, and it shows us some of the weapons and the discussion and the ideology that concerned me initially as to where the Wolverine Watchmen were at and what their intentions were.
Okay. And the two pictures that are in proposed exhibit number 11, you took those, right? Or I mean, you were there when they were taken.
I was there when they were taken. Actually, my partner took the photos.
Okay. I'm going to move for admission of exhibit number 11, please. And how many pages is that, Mr. Agent Impola?
7 pages. And then to be clear, there's some of these where I added those black boxes.
Okay, so, these are just so I understand, so on page 2, and when I say pages, I'm referencing to the exhibit pages. So on page 2, there are black boxes on the photos, you're indicating you edit those.
Yes.
And similarly on pages 6 and 7, there are black boxes, you indicated you edit those.
Yes, Your Honor.
Other than that, any changes to the photographs themselves?
No, well, I cropped them and zoomed them in, so sometimes you can't see like the screen capture at the bottom of the page, but it's the original photograph, and then I just made it bigger and put the black box.
And if I understood your testimony, you did not take these photos, but do they fairly and accurately represent what you saw on the phone?
Yes.
Any objections, Mr. Nunzio?
Yeah, just for purpose of clarification, this exhibit only contains photographs of a phone regarding chat between Wolverine Watchmen, correct? Unidentified Wolverine Watchmen.
Well, I can identify the Wolverine Watchmen, their names and aliases are part of the chat.
I don't see them in the exhibit, like, by way of example.
Well, let me ask, so I think, Mr. Nunzio, let me
Yeah,
try to
sure.
ask a question, and if I get it wrong for what you were asking, let me know. So on the first page, on the left-hand side, there's a note for, there's a heading, it looks like people, and then it looks like 2 people are listed, or at least screen names. So I don't want you to tell me who they are if you know, but for example, I think Mr. Nunzio was asking, do you know who those individuals are?
And I'm sorry, when you say the first page, do you mean the first page of the substantive chats?
Nope, the first page of the exhibit. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so these are photographs of the chat groups, and then the people listed, I know who they are.
Okay, does that answer your question, Mr. Nunzio?
It does, but those people are listed on here, and I don't want a negative inference, regarding people at the table here, that these are not the null, because they're not listed, so.
Okay.
Maybe if you can clarify that with Mr. Rawls, I'm not suggesting how we should do the job, but
Sure.
these are just, so we have no comment at this time.
Okay, Mr. Sacker?
Should we stand on our objections pointing out relevance?
And Mr. Werner?
I assume that you did a phone dump, in other words, extracted everything in the contents phone, and put it in.
No, did not.
Never did that.
No.
Did you through these Facebook call messages are cut off, there's not the beginning and after, to see what the discussion's about? I mean, it's just isolated.
So each page and message is an individual screenshot of different chats, like the Armory chat, or the main chat, and some of them have the context because you can see the running conversation. But for instance, like the second page has weapon schematics, and I just included the weapon schematics. I didn't put the before the weapon schematics and the after the weapon schematics. Those are provided in discovery, but they're not in my exhibit here.
One of these efforts was providing material support.
Okay, now that's not a question that should be directed to the
Determination of the troublemaker. Mr. Werner, do you have any additional questions for the witness? Or what here?
Why is there a meeting here without describing it?
I intend to describe the meme when we get to it.
And are these Facebook messages or do they come from some?
These are from Wire.
Any additional comments or objections? Mr. Werner?
I'm shocked to that any of these meetings that are being proposed by the state, federal government.
Okay. And the means that Mr. Barnett is referring to are included in some of the chats as part of the exhibit that was sent in the message groups as has been described by Agent Impola. The court does believe that the pages that have been included are relevant to the matter at hand and will assist the fact finder in the ultimate determination. Obviously, as we've been discussing, there's sort of a larger umbrella, so to speak, that has been discussed by the parties and where these defendants fit in. I think it's beneficial for the jury to understand that, to go to the beginning so that they have context for anything that they hear in this case. So for those reasons, I will admit people to
Thank you, Judge.
and me.
Thank you. And Adam, can you put the first page up, please? What do we see here, Agent Impola?
So on the left is a screen capture of Dan's, it's not a screen capture, it's a photograph of Dan's phone. And this is the wire chat. When you open the wire chat, Dan showed us how you can see all the different message groups that were ran by the Wolverine Watchmen. So from the top, that's the main chat group for the Wolverine Watchmen. And there's a meme chat, an armory chat, combat medical chat, and a vetting chat. And then down here, red grunt, that's Dan's username. And then Doc is Paul Bellar's username, Doc1776.2. And so the Knoll brothers and Eric Mauldin were not part of these chats.
You mentioned Paul Bellar. He's Doc 1776. What role did Paul Bellar have in the Wolverine Watchmen?
He was the Wolverine Watchmen's trainer and medic.
Okay, I mean, so they had their own medic.
Yes.
Okay, and okay, the black box on the left. Let's make sure we clarify. That's something that you created for reference as to date and where it came from. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and on the right, what do we see?
So this is when Doc or Paul Bellar vetted Dan and invited him into the group. So this is what it looks like when he's part of the vetting conversation for the Wolverine Watchmen.
Okay, and Adam, can you go to page 2, please? And just, you know, so we can back out just a little bit, Agent Impola, this is your first view as the Wolverine Watchman, is that correct?
Yes, this is the first time I knew anything about them.
Okay, and what do we see there on the left?
So on the left, Ty is Ty Garvin, so he goes by Gunny on the Wolverine Watchmen. And this is a weapons schematic. It's for an auto sear, so that's instructions on how to make a weapon fully automatic, so to turn a gun into a machine gun.
And on the right, what do we see?
This is a PDF of assembling, so it says DIY full auto, and it's got some abbreviation there, plans.pdf. So this is a PDF on how to make a weapon fully automatic.
And I note on the left-hand side, again, at the top, it says the words Armory Chat. Tell ladies and gentlemen in the jury, I mean, is that one of the sub-chats that we saw on the last page?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Can I have page 3, please, Adam? And again, this is what you're seeing when you first meet Dan.
Yes.
Okay, and the black box on the left, again, is that something you put in there for reference?
Yes.
Okay, and again, this is in the Armory Chat from the Wolverine Watchman.
Yes.
What are we seeing on the left-hand side there?
On the left is 2 rifles with suppressors or silencers on them.
I mean, you know, what does a silencer do? What's a suppressor do?
It reduces the noise and flash signature of the firearm when you shoot it. So you can be quieter and not be seen as an operator.
Is that legal?
It can be.
Okay.
If you apply and get a tax stamp with the ATF, you can get it's considered a weapon. You can get your silencer approved. It costs about $150, $200.
Okay. I mean, when you saw that, what were your thoughts when you saw that?
Well, I was concerned with the sophisticated weaponry and the fact that typically on the street, you don't see a lot of silencers, suppressors, short barrel rifles, or fully automatic machine guns.
Okay.
So a lot of times those weapons are illegal because a lot of times people don't believe that the government has the right to regulate those weapons.
On the right, what do we see?
This is a vest or a kit. So it's a carrier with ballistic armor. And this is Pete Musico's kit with his patches. He's got the upside down American flag. It says infidel. And he's got his, it's in the back of his car.
Okay. And what does the message say there? I have 100 and,
It says, I have 120 Browns on my vest, a med kit on my belt, a cleaning kit on my belt, 2, and then it cuts off.
okay. And the upside down American flag, what does that signify?
It signals distress. It's a
Okay.
distress call. The United States is in distress.
Can you go to the next page, please, Adam? What do we see here, Agent Impola?
The box on the left with Boogaloo Bunyan, that's Joe Morrison. He says, pretty sure we're ready for every threat, and then he's got his weapons laid out on his bed. Pete Busco stated, yeah, come fuck around our house. Joe Morrison stated, fuck around and find out.
Let me stop you there for a minute. Fuck around, find out. Have you heard that before?
Yes,
What is that?
it's a warning. It's used by the Patriot community or the Boogaloo community, and it's a warning to government.
In what way?
The version is if you keep restricting our rights, then you'll find out what's going to happen.
Okay. Is there a shorter acronym for that?
Yes,
What is that?
FAFO.
FAFO?
Yes.
Okay. What do we see on the right there?
So this is some of the ideology in the meme chat that was, it's a joke about killing cops.
Okay, the next page, please, Adam. What do we see here, Agent Impola?
This is an unknown member of the Wolverine Watchmen with a gas mask and a rifle with a suppressor on it.
Okay. And what do we see on the right?
This is a post by Pete Musico, and this is a picture of the anarchist cookbook with household substitutes that you can use to make explosives.
Okay. And what is the, if you can go to the next page, please, Adam. What is this?
So on the left side of the screen here, this is a chat in which Pete Musico references his cookbook. So this is in context to the picture from the last page. Pete Musico says, just know there is a cookbook. I have a copy.
Okay. And the cookbook being the reference to the things you can use at home to try to make explosives.
Yes.
Okay. And on the right, what do we see?
So there's a discussion in the Armory chat about ballistics and having illegal things that could get you on a list. And then Ty Garvin stated, only illegal if you run your mouth and get caught, LOL.
Okay. And the next page, please, Adam. And Adam, is this 6 or 7? Thank you. And Agent Impola, what do we see here?
So this is now from the 19th. Let me just check back. That last one was also from the 19th.
Right.
So after the initial meeting with Dan, we had a follow-up meeting.
Okay. And what do we see there?
Ty Garvin stated, I built my fair share of regulated items. I like explosives. Ty Garvin then stated, if you use a smaller explosive that generates around 500 foot-pounds of blast energy, you can set it off remotely.
Okay. And on the right there, tell us what we're seeing.
This is the pin drop that I was describing previously. So the Wolverine Watchman had set up the procedure on wire that if a member pings the group and does a location drop, that's where the QRF is supposed to respond and confront law enforcement at that location.
Okay.
So they tested it out.
Okay. Very good. You can return that to the exhibit book, please. Okay. moving off of the Wolverine Watchman, let's move in a little different direction. I'd like to talk with you a little bit about the Michigan Liberty Militia. Are you familiar with that group?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us, how did you come to know about the Michigan Liberty Militia?
Well, I came to know about them after I learned of the Null brothers' involvement, and the Wolverine Watchman frequently referenced the Michigan Liberty Militia. Joe Morrison had stated that he had met with the Null brothers before, and so I learned of them while monitoring the Wolverine Watchman through CHS Dan. So as CHS Dan was attending live fire exercises and trainings in Munich, I heard of the Null brothers, and I heard of the Michigan Liberty Militia, and then later, after the Null brothers showed up Bill Null showed up in the National Founding Fathers meeting and the nighttime surveillance, I looked into what their role was.
When you look at it, if you would, you're on Exhibit 12 there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is that?
These are Michigan driver's license photographs. So they're visual depictions of the members of the Michigan Liberty Militia that I could find from a review of Bill Null and Mike Null's cell phone. It's certainly not an exhaustive list, and I'm not sure who all the members are because of their OPSEC, but these are the ones I could find on as the phones as a result of the search warrants.
Okay, and accurately portrays the known members to you.
Yes.
Okay, move for admission of Exhibit number 12, please.
Stand on our objections.
Mr. Barnett?
No objection.
Will admit people's Exhibit 12, if you didn't know that, specify that how he created this document and where the origin has come, and has provided the qualification that these may not be the only members, so the jury can get that whatever way they wish, but as indicated, those engaged in non-admissibility. I do also believe that will assist the trier of fact in their ultimate determination in this case. For those reasons, I will admit people's Exhibit 12.
Thank you. Can you put that up, please, Adam? Tell us about this, Agent Impola.
Sure. So the top row, those are the leaders of the Michigan Liberty Militia. Mike Null, Bill Null, and Phil Robinson.
Okay. We talked about Mr. Robinson a little earlier in the day. Was he that paper patriot or keyboard warrior you were talking about?
Yes, he's the one who's referred to as a peacock. So he would show up and he'd be there publicly, but never actually was there when the rubber met the road.
Okay, very good. Can we, you look at exhibit or proposed exhibit number 13, please?
I have it here.
What is that? And how many pages is it?
So this is a 9-page document. It's pictures found on Bill Null and Mike Null's cell phone. This is Boogaloo propaganda.
Okay, and are you able to tell in the 9 pages which meme came from which Null brothers phone?
Yes, I am, and I would say that I don't consider these to be memes. These are propaganda photos.
Or propaganda, I'm sorry, thank you. And, okay, very good. And this was after you had obtained a search warrant, a judge's permission to look at their phones after the arrest?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
move for admission 13, please.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we have no comment, but to be witness to editorialize in front of the jury regarding propaganda, I think, is unfair. And it's outside the bounds of what he knows. He's labeling guys as like, and that's unfair. If it's coming in as an exhibit, the jury can determine what that means. But for him to editorialize, we think it's improper at this point in time. We would have court to using that term. And we're further objecting, he is not a domestic terrorism expert with the FBI. We've allowed some of the comments to be made on his behalf that there are experts with the FBI that specialize in domestic terrorism. He is not an expert. And so he's crossing the line as we would object.
Jeff did also point out that he formed shop for warrants, getting warrants out of Jackson instead of in your court or your county. We just get, like I said, PDs.
I think the appropriate value, I would object in writing to these pictures. There's no appropriate value to these things versus the other side of the coin, which is, I think, out of line on one side, but fairness, very.
Mr. Wilson, any response?
Yeah, a couple. Number one, Michigan Rule of Evidence 701 allows for such opinion testimony, even a void opinion. Number two, in terms of forum shopping, that's the first time in 2.5 years I've ever heard that from anybody. As we know, we have one court of justice in the state of Michigan. You can obtain a search warrant from any court in the state for any location in the state.
Well, I think the way that I'll phrase it, the photos, as I will refer to them, I will admit, People's Exhibit 13, they have been testified to by the agent as to how they were retrieved and from where they were retrieved. Each of the photos indicates the appropriate person on whose phone they were taken. In terms of the phrasing of propaganda, what I would note is these were properly identified as photographs or images that were taken from the phones. Agent Impola has been working, as I understood his testimony yesterday, in terrorism cases for 13 years. He has outlined where he believes that they come from. The jury certainly can consider that phrase as used, or they give it whatever way they want. They can simply determine that these are photographs, just like somebody else may have, or they can give it appropriate weight, as he has identified. That is up to the fact finder. So I won't prohibit him from using that word. Certainly, they understand the context of how it's being used versus just a photograph. So People's Exhibit 13 is admitted and can be shown.
Thank you, Judge. Why don't we work through those on 9 pages together? Page number 1, on the black box on the left, tell us about that.
So I placed the black box here, and this is the date of the photograph that I found on Bill Null's cell phone.
The date you found it, or the date?
I'm sorry, it's the date that it was placed on the phone.
Okay, very good. And what do we see there? Describe the picture for the record, please.
So this is a masked man holding a rifle, wearing some sort of tactical gear without any uniform markings. And it says, some people are morally opposed to violence. They are protected by men who are not.
Okay, go to page 2, please. And what do we see here, Agent Impola?
This is a photograph from September 20th, 2019. And it shows some sort of destruction in some sort of city. And it says, are you ready for the next American Civil War? You better be, because if things don't change, and soon, we are headed right for it. The DHS is already preparing for civil war.
What does DHS refer to?
Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, and can you go to page 3, please? What do we see here?
This is from September 20th, 2019, and it's a tree. It says the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of tyrants.
Now, before we get into it, and this is all before COVID, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is content that was on Mr. William Null's phone before COVID hit.
Yes, I also recognize this picture here from Barry Croft's phone. The same photograph was seen during a search warrant of Barry Croft's phone.
Okay. Tell us, if you will, read the caption and the content rather into the record, please.
On this one,
Yes.
the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of tyrants.
Are you familiar with that phrase in your experience in counterterrorism cases?
Yes, it's a phrase, it's a portion of a phrase taken by Thomas Jefferson.
Tell us about that.
Thomas Jefferson made a statement during the American Revolution about how the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of tyrants and patriots.
And, okay. Next page, please, Ann. What are we looking at here?
These are captioned photographs, and this is a visual depiction of bootlicker. At the top, it says what you think your flag looks like, and it's got the thin blue line flag that I was referring to earlier, which supports law enforcement. And then on the bottom, there's a photograph of a bootlicker, and it says what it actually looks like.
Okay. Can I have the next page, please? On the left, we have the date. Is that correct?
Yeah, so this is from November 21st, 2019, again from Bill Null's cell phone. This is a captioned photograph. It says, American patriots defending those too stupid to know they need defending.
Okay. Next page, please.
It's from the same day, November 21st, 2019, on Bill Null's cell phone. It says, militia is only a bad word if you're a tyrant.
And tyrant, again, remind us in the Boogaloo movement what that means.
Tyrant would be somebody who tells you what to do.
Okay. Next page, please, Adam. From whose phone is this?
Now this is from Mike Null's cell phone.
Okay, and this is August 15th, 2020.
Yes.
Okay, and read the content into the record, please.
It says here, some of us aren't afraid to become monsters to defeat monsters.
Okay, and can you go to the next page, please, Adam? Okay, what do we see here?
So this is September 14th, 2020, Mike Null's cell phone.
And can you read the content into the record and kind of describe the three things we're seeing there in the photographs?
Sure. I'll start from the top. There's three photographs here. It says the same cult of deception that was behind this. And that's a photograph of the JFK assassination. And this, so the middle photograph is the Twin Towers during 9/11, is now doing this. And it's a symbol of a germ for the coronavirus.
Okay. And the last page, please. Looking at this agent employee, let me just, before I ask you what it is, have you seen this before in other places?
Yes.
Okay, whereabouts?
Well, I've seen this same image on Barry Croft's phone, but it's also symbolism used by the anarchist community. It's a killdozer, so
Okay.
it's representative of a sovereign citizen case back in 1998. So it's something that I recognize.
Okay. And there's looks like a skull wearing some type of hat. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I recognize Barry Croft's signature with the tri-corner hat. That is his symbol.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. Let's look at, if we could, propose exhibit 14, please. And if you can go to the exhibit book and tell us what that is and how many pages it is.
I counted 8 pages here.
And if you will, tell us what it is generally.
So these are screen captures of Facebook chats from Mike Null and Bill Null's Facebook. There's black boxes that I've added, and then I've added the date and the participants in those chats. So sometimes these are longer chats, and one person will say something in the group chat, but both people are part of the same chat.
Understood. How did you get this?
I executed search warrants of Bill Null's multiple Facebook accounts and Mike Null's Facebook account.
Okay. Again, using with the judge's permission, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell us if you will. I'll move for admission of 14, please.
That's enough here. Mr. Savage.
Three. Which judge authorized you to do this?
Objection for all of us. Mr. Vordeer.
Well, you can answer the question.
So there's a number of different accounts on here. And thinking through how I obtained the search warrants. And I don't know which judge authorized it.
Wasn't an Andrew County judge, was it?
Judge, that's not relevant. I'd object to that form of order. He's trying to suggest to the jury that these were not acquired through a legal process, and that's wrong.
Agent Info, did you require these records? Please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Savage, any additional questions?
The judge didn't say that, my objection.
Mr. Bennett?
Okay.
People's Exhibit 14 will be admitted, the record contains pursuant to a valid search warrant as the testimony has been provided. And I do believe that they would assist prior to that in making the ultimate determination in this case. So it is admitted and community published.
Thank you. I think we have the first page up there, Agent Impola. What do we see?
So on the left, there's two statements from Bill Null as part of a group chat with MLM members and that Mike Null is part of. These are from November 23rd, 2019.
This is before COVID, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Adam, can you please zoom in on the first box? What do we see here?
This is November 23rd, 2019. Bill Null stated, "I just deal MLM and leaders from other groups."
Okay, and into the second box there, what do we see?
So this is the next day. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the same day on the 23rd, UTC. It's a different time code, so it's 5 hours difference. So you have to convert that.
Okay, we're gonna, since you brought that up, let's dip our toe into that pond for just a minute. Facebook uses, there's a time on every Facebook post, is that correct?
Yes,
And and there's obviously 24 time zones on the planet, is that right? And what does UTC refer to?
that's Universal Time Code or Greenwich Mean Time. So that's how Facebook produces their records from their system.
And Greenwich refers to Greenwich, England, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and they always use that time, is that correct?
correct.
Okay, we are in the Eastern Standard Time Zone of the United States, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, depending on whether we are in daylight savings time or not, what's the variance or the difference between UTC and the Eastern Standard Time Zone?
It's minus 5 hours.
Okay,
So this minus 5 hours puts it again on the 23rd.
okay. And the time, just not just put too fine a point on it, it's in military time, 1 through 24, correct?
Correct. I got to remember to convert all this.
Okay, very good. And what does Bill say in this post?
Bill says, "Fuck the police and their supporters. They're all the enemies."
Okay. Adam, can I have the next box on the right, please? Thank you. And what is this?
This is another post by Bill Null from November of 2019. He says, "I'm going to be very clear on this right now. If you're a blue liner and you're in this group, you should just leave the group and there won't be another word said about it. Blue liners cannot be trusted. They are the enemy of freedom."
Adam, can you go back to that just 1 minute? That's before COVID, correct?
Yes.
Adam, can I have the next box, please? What do we see here?
This is the same day, November of 2019. Bill Null stated, "I haven't met a tyrant yet that fully stands for the Constitution. Not even our sheriff, and he's the closest we've got."
Okay. And next page. Thank you, Adam. What do we see here, Agent Impola?
So these are more posts on a group chat with MLM that Mike Null and Bill Null are participating in from December 8th 2019. That's the left side of the page, and then December 9th on the right side of the page.
Okay, and can you show us the first box, please, Adam? Thank you. What do we see here?
This is a statement by Mike Null from December 8th, 2019. He stated, "Wow, just proves cops don't really care about the American people."
Thank you. In the next box, Adam, thank you. What do we see here, Agent Impola?
This is a post by Bill Null from December of 2019. He stated, "My stand on them is fuck the police. The courts have said it's not their job to protect us. So the only other option is to extort us and make us fear them, so we will continue to be slaves to the bankers that own our country."
Again, December of 19, pre-COVID.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next box, please. What do we see here?
This is a statement by Bill Null, and he said, "Someone should put that on our page again. Fuck the police and the system."
That's, and you can't, thank you, Adam. What do we see here, Agent Impola?
On the left is a statement, we're just kind of progressing in time towards COVID through the group chat. So it's January 3rd, 2020 on the left, and January 15th, 2020 on the right. These are part of the MLM group chat.
And if you can zoom in on the, thank you.
This is January 3rd, 2020. Bill Null stated, "Well, we look weak already. There isn't a unified front at all, just infighting with most groups. Most of the so-called patriots just want to be Facebook famous, and most love their blue line. They won't stand up when the time comes, they will just comply. That is what's going to happen."
Okay. And on the right-hand side here, what do we see in terms of the pictorial?
So this is I think I'd call this one a meme, a government repair kit showing the gallows.
Okay.
It's American Proud 1776.
And this is part of the Michigan Liberty Militia group chat.
Yes.
Okay. The box at the bottom of the page.
So this box, this one's a continuation. So it's a Bill Null chat that then goes on to the next page. So from January 15th, 2020 in the group chat, Bill Null stated, "Well, he didn't do right by the people or the Constitution, but I don't think anything she has done has ever been for the Constitution or the people, so they should all swing."
And looking back to, give that a little bit more context, is that statement in any way close in time to the government repair kit pictorial?
Let's see.
If you look on the screen there.
Yes, it's directly after the government repair kit. Well, there's
Okay.
one statement there by Juan.
Okay, thank you, Adam. And continuing on the right-hand side there, first that only box. What do we see there, Agent Impola?
This is a statement by Mike Null from March 12th, 2020. He says, "The fact that it will be the National Guard that's helping the people is a pretty good indicator that it's kill or be killed."
Okay, and thank you. Next page. What are we looking at here, Agent Impola?
This is a few days later on March 16th, 2020 in the group chat with Mike Null and Bill Null.
And if you can give us those, thank you.
So Bill Null states, "No fear, Valhalla awaits its warriors."
Before you move off of that, Adam, can you just, thank you. Valhalla, Agent Impola, are you familiar with that phrase or that word?
Yes.
What is it?
Valhalla is from Norse mythology, so Vikings, and it's a reference to heaven. And if you die in battle as a Viking, you can go to Valhalla or heaven. So it's an esteemed place.
Okay. And thank you, Adam. Is there another? And does Mike Null have any response to that?
Yes, he said, so I'm kind of excited.
Adam, can you back out and show us that? I mean, those two statements about Valhalla, thank you. From William Null and Michael Null's response are back to back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. What do we see here, Agent Impola?
So this is April 2nd, 2020, MLM group chat with Mike Null and Bill Null.
And first box, please. Thank you. What's that?
Bill Null stated, we all have plans, but there isn't any way in hell I'm going to talk about on FedBook.
What's FedBook?
It's Facebook.
Why do people call it FedBook?
Well, Facebook's responsive to legal process. I can execute search warrants to Facebook, and it's located within the United States. So it's not a secure communication platform for patriots.
Okay. Thank you. Next box, please. What do we see here, Agent Impola?
This is another statement by Bill Null. He said, if you guys want a real meeting with the phones in the truck or at home, let's set some real shit up.
Okay. Is this an example of OPSEC or operational security?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next box, please, Adam. What do we see here, Agent Impola?
Another statement by Bill Null, same day in the group chat. He said, I'm not discussing anything on here like what people want to talk about.
Okay. Next box, please. And does Bill Null have a comment here about people listening?
Yes, so this comment here, the context, it's in reference to Juan. He's suggesting leaving their phones in another room. And Bill Null replies and says, it's a good idea, bro. They're always listening.
Okay. And the next page, thank you. What do we see here, Agent Impola?
This is a few weeks later on April 14th, 2020, group chat. Bill Null and Mike Null,
Group chat from what group?
MLM.
Go ahead. What is that?
Bill Null stated, I'm always armed, just don't know if I want to go full battle rattle or not. I'm going to leave that up to you guys on how or what you carry.
Okay. April 14th, 2020. What's going on in our state?
That's just after the COVID pandemic became known, and I believe there was restrictions that were imposed. People were trying to figure out what was going on with COVID at the time.
Okay. Do you know the context of this conversation or that statement?
I believe the context of this statement was right before Operation Gridlock on the 15th. So they were prepping for sending MLM to a rally to protest the COVID restrictions
Where was that going to happen at?
at the state capitol.
Okay. And going back to the message again, I'm always armed. I just don't know if I'm going to go full battle rattle. Now, what is that? What's full battle rattle mean?
So full battle rattle is whether you're going to wear your kit and your patches, your uniform, whether you're going to go. So it's the intent of why you're going to the protest.
Okay. Thank you. Which box are we on there? Thank you. That's the top, the first one on the right there. What do we see, Agent Impola?
This is Bill Null. Now we're in May 25th of 2020. Bill Null stated, the patch he has is not a group patch. It's for the original 3% of the nation that said, fuck the police and kill them. There are several groups that run 3% in their name only for that reason alone.
I think you added a word there. In their name.
In name, I'm sorry. The word only is not there.
Right, okay, so I'm going to read it again, so I just want to make sure the record's clear. The patch he has is not a group patch. It's for the original 3% of the nation that said, fuck the police and kill them. there are several groups that run the 3% in their name for that reason alone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in that 3%, I think you talked about that earlier today. Is that right?
Yes.
Like the 3%, they view themselves as being the 3% willing to stand up against the government.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. And what do we see here? What's the next box there?
This is another statement by Bill Mull, same day, shortly thereafter. His first statement, he says, yeah, a specific group like the American Patriots 3% or United Patriots 3% or Georgia 3% Security Force, et cetera, they just add 3% to their names.
Okay. And moving on to which page? This is 8. Thank you. And we're on page 8 now of the exhibit. What do we see here?
So this is from May 29th, 2020. Group chat starts off with a thumbs up emoji by Mike Null.
And what precedes that emoji?
It's a status update or another post.
Okay, I'm going to back out of that. And Mike Null is responding in this chat, correct?
Yes.
In the preceding 7 pages, was he part of the chat group also?
Yes, he responded, not as frequently as Bill Null, but he was part of it.
And was that typical that you found during the course of your investigation?
Yeah, Mike Null was quieter. He responded less.
Okay, very good. Can we see the second box on the left there? What do we see here?
This is a statement from May 29th, 2020. Mike Null stated, definitely not the same thing. These people would rather riot than hold pigs accountable. It's funny how media plays people.
And on the right-hand side, one more, thank you, yep. May 29th, is that correct, 2020?
Yes.
And who said this?
This is Bill Null. He said, they just burnt down the pig farm. Woo, look at that fucking sizzle. Woo.
Hey, on May 29th or somewhere right before that, was there any civil unrest in Grand Rapids?
I'm not sure, to the meeting nature was.
Mr. Alton, can you read this?
Sure. Describe the environment in the state of Michigan around the end of May.
Sure. So at the end of May is the George Floyd protests. So you have riots erupting around the United States. In this particular case, there was a precinct in Minneapolis that was burned down. There was rioting and looting in Minneapolis. Shortly thereafter, there was rioting and looting in Grand Rapids. But this is during the time that the police station in Minneapolis was being taken over.
And forgive me, I think I said Grand Rapids. I apologize. Okay, thank you. And there we go. Thank you, Adam. The next one, Agent Impola, what's this?
This is a post. Now we're June 8th, 2020.
And from what Facebook page are we in?
This is from Bill Null's Facebook post.
Okay. Is Mike Null part of this?
I'm sorry, yes, this is a group chat with Michigan Liberty Militia, and Mike Null is part of this.
Okay, go ahead.
Bill Null stated, we can't just let anyone in the group. They need to be on probation if we don't know them. Got too many fires burning right now to risk it.
Okay. Next, Adam. I think that's the end, right? Page 9. Thank you. Okay, Judge, probably a logical place to break.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is break for lunch. It will be delivered to you shortly, hopefully all 18 this time. And then we'll be on a break until about 1:30. Okay, all that's the record can reflect that the jury is out of the courtroom. Mr. Erden, let me know if you have a note from the juror. Back to you, Attorney. Okay, the record can reflect, and I just let the attorneys know that I'm not going to call a question from the jury. I just requested that the FBI agent use a laser pointer for the exhibits displayed on the wall. So I did let the attorneys know that they can take it for what it's worth, but it will be provided to the clerk so that it goes as part of the record. As I indicated, we'll break for lunch until 1:30, but before we do that, we go around the room. Anything we need to discuss now that the jury is outside of the courtroom? Mr. Ross?
Yeah, Judge, yesterday I had mentioned,
Everyone can see it, I'm sorry.
I had mentioned a request for a curative instruction. I'm going to withdraw that right now. I'm going to leave it, we're going to delay that. And I may revisit it depending on what Mr. Barnett presents during his case in chief and especially in his closing argument.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Nunzio, anything for you?
No, thank you.
Mr. Seibert?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Barnett?
Just thank Mr. Ralston for making that correction.
It's no correction. It's just change of pace.
Okay. The record has been clear. The only further question that I have relative to Exhibit 202, again, in my binder, there was a transcript and it was labeled as 202T. Again, I'm not commenting on what a party should or should not do. The reason I'm asking the question is because in my binder, the question is within the binder that will eventually go to the jury with our exhibits. So what I just want to make sure of is if something is not going to be requested to be admitted or reviewed, we just need to make sure that those are not involved.
That's correct, Judge. And I'll clear that up immediately after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you all. We're all set. See everybody back in lunch.
Thank you.
We were 15 years of marriage. I think that's.
Yeah, that's the last one.
What was that? 202,
Yeah.
201?
There were two cases.
And that was for the nighttime drive down to the lake?
Yeah.
202?
Yeah, it's 202.
We'll clean that up first.
You need a court.
No, I charged the very much.
Is that this, man?
Hey, the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna bounce back to June 8th.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All rise, please. Court is now in session.
Thank you. Take your seats.
The only thing is when you read, you're a little faster than you testify.
You want me to slow down? On
Just when-
reading?
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be great.
Yeah, no problem.
Otherwise, you're perfect.
Okay.
I don't know anybody that's more better.
Okay. Need any spellings of anything?
Not yet, but I'm really gonna want your card.
Okay. Find it.
Let's go back on record then. We're back from lunch. I just want to confirm the exhibits that I have that have been admitted. 1 through 14 essentially, and then 129, 198, and 202. The same.
We did not admit 9, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 129, 198, and 202.
Yes, sir.
Want to double check?
And just for everybody's edification, there are going to be omissions, or not omissions, but we thinned our exhibits some to be, and we called some and, tried to make a little leaner product. And so there's going to be points that an exhibit is not admitted. And,
Such as exhibit 9. Or such as proposed exhibit 9, which is.
exactly.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, anything for you before we go into your
No, sir.
Mr. Orton, Ms. Anunzio?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sauer?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
You're on.
Okay, all right, the jury, please.
Page 8.
Everyone may be seated. Thank you. Gentlemen, welcome back. Testimony and you understand this one.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Ralston, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Agent Impola, I want to go back a little bit here. Exhibit 202, the dash cam video that's been admitted for Mr. Higgins' vehicle, the nighttime surveillance going up and down Timberlake Drive once. You're familiar with that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you create a transcript for that exhibit?
I did.
Is the transcript accurate as to what was stated therein?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move for admission of proposed exhibit 202T like Tango.
Mr. Hunter,
No comment.
Mr. Sauer,
Stand on our objection.
okay, Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
Well, we'll specify that the proposed transcript, which would comprise exhibit 202T as in Tango, was prepared based on the audio that we listened to from the video, and that it is accurate based on that. I will admit 202T.
Okay, yeah, Agent Impola, I want to go back just for a minute to Exhibit 14, if I could. And that's the Facebook chats that you talked about earlier.
I have it here.
Okay, and on page 8, I'm going to have Agent Harris bring up the June 8th boxed content that we looked at earlier. You remember this?
I do.
Okay, a question I wanted to ask you. This is June 8th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
When was that meeting of the new founding fathers in Dublin, Ohio, that was put on by Barry Croft and that was attended by Adam Fox and Bill Null?
So that meeting, I put that on the significant events timeline. That's number 6 on the significant events timeline.
Okay,
And that is June 6th, 2020.
okay. And this is 2 days after that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, that's 2 days after the new founding fathers meeting, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Open your, if you would, turn to exhibit, proposed exhibit 16 in your book, please.
I have it here.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury what that is?
Yes. So this is a photograph. I found it on the internet. It is of the Null brothers and Phil Robinson. It's from September 10th, 2019. It's a rally at the state capitol.
Okay, and accurately depicts that event?
Yes.
And in terms of from the internet, was there some source that it came from?
There was a freelance photographer who was there at the event and he posted his pictures online.
Okay, I'll move for admission of exhibit 16, please.
Mr. Hunter, no comment. Mr. Sauer,
We can stand on our objection.
Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
Great. People 16 will be.
Thank you. Adam, can you post that, please? Publish it. We see, who's the gentleman in the middle?
That's Phil Robinson.
Okay, and is that the gentleman that was, the Knowles referred to as the Peacock?
Yes.
Okay, this is a public protest, correct?
Correct.
This isn't really, if I'm correct, I mean, this isn't a violent event. Would that be correct?
No, this is just exercising their First and Second Amendment rights.
Okay, and briefly, tell us, if you will, is there any uniform or insignia they're all wearing that's the same?
Yes, that's the Michigan Liberty Militia patch. And then they're all wearing their kits or their uniform.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Let's turn now, if we could, to proposed exhibit 17, please.
I have it here.
What is that?
These are 2 screen captures of a text message from Bill Null to a Michigan Liberty Militia text group. They're from Bill Null's cell phone.
Acquired pursuant to a judge authorized search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and move for admission of proposed exhibit 17, please.
Mr. Mezger?
No.
Mr. Seibert?
It's no objection.
Mr. Barnett?
No objection.
People's Exhibit 17 will be.
Thank you. And while he's pulling that up, Agent Impola, was Michael Knoll any part of this thread?
Yes, so Michael Knoll his phone number is on here, and he's saved in the contacts as Mike.
Okay. I know it's hard to see here as opposed to the exhibit, and we're going to zoom in on that a little bit. So what do we see here?
So on the left side, this is a statement by Bill Knoll from April 25th, 2020. And he states, so again, we're overseas fighting for our freedom. What are we over there for?
Okay. And again, the black box was added by whom?
I added the black box.
Okay. And can you go to the next one, please, Adam? Okay, on the right-hand side of the page, what do we see?
Bill Knoll stated, time to really fight for our freedom, and it was never over there.
Okay, all right. You mentioned a rally or protest at the Capitol on the 30th of April, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, and does that, do those statements by Bill Knoll predate that?
yes.
Okay. If you could, please turn to proposed exhibit number 18 in your book.
I have it here.
What do we see there?
These are signal messages.
And what is Signal?
Signal's an encrypted social messaging application.
You described, I think, Wire before. I mean, basically the same thing, but a different product.
Yes.
Okay. And after Bill Knoll's arrest, did you get a search warrant for his phone?
I did.
Okay. And this comes from his phone?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to move for admission proposed exhibit 18, please.
Mr. Mezger? Mr. Seibert?
It's no objections.
Mr. Barnett?
No objection.
People's 18 will be.
Can you publish that, please, Adam? Okay, this is from April 30th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and before we zoom in, I mean, can you give us some context to what we're looking at here?
Sure. So this is a text thread on Signal from April 30th. So that's significant event number 2 on the timeline. And the green bubble, that's Bill Knoll's response to this thread here of other Michigan Liberty militia members and militia members.
Okay, and why don't we go to the first box there at the top? If you could zoom in on that, please, Adam. Boog, can you just quickly tell us what that means?
So that's a reference to the Boogaloo, and that's an unknown person asking if they will be, if this is the Boogaloo on
Okay.
April 30th.
Okay, in the box below,
Another militia leader in the area, Jeff Pezzi, stated, likely, we'll have to see what cards she plays and what she authorizes her thugs to do. Pound Boogaloo 2020, pound the big igloo.
okay, and I think there's a third message at the bottom there. Yeah, who's now who is this from?
This is from Bill Knoll.
And is it before or after the two messages we just saw?
It's after.
Okay, and can you read that into the record, please?
Mr. Knoll stated, set the time, the place should be the woods we talked about last meeting, leave all electronics at home.
Is that an example of OPSEC or operational security?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can you turn to exhibit 19 in your proposed exhibit 19 in your exhibit book there?
I have it here.
And what is that?
These are photographs or captioned photographs. that were from a signal chat of militia leaders in Michigan that Bill Null and Mike Null participated in. It's taken from Bill Null's cell phone.
Okay. And what are the dates that are included?
May 11th, 2020 on the first 2 pages, and the last page is September 15th, 2020.
And I'm sorry, I should have asked. This is a 3-page exhibit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's turn, gonna move for admission, if I could, to proposed exhibit 19, please.
Your Honor, just for purposes of clarification, who posted these chats? If I could,
You can go ahead.
okay.
So these were not posted by Mike Null or Bill Null. They were posted by another militia leader. I can't recall who it is,
Okay.
but it definitely was not your client.
So when we're talking about a chat versus a live chat, is this just someone registered on the chat and this is information you just got off of the chat? Can you explain that, please?
I'll explain it. I'm not quite sure I understand the question, but I'll do my best to explain it.
You said that their names are down as Bill and Mike Null, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You said this comes from a chat.
correct.
Who posted the chat? Who posted these names?
I don't remember the militia leader's name, but it was not Mike or Bill Null. They did not post it, the memes, or caption photos, or whatever you want to call it.
Okay. So is this an active or inactive chat room going on at this point in time? Because people's names are on chats that they're not participating in, correct?
I'm not sure what an inactive or active chat room is.
These meetings, were any chats posted by Bill or Mike Null before or after any of these chats were posted?
I know that Bill and Mike Null posted something in the chat. I don't know how close it was in time to these particular images. This was an ongoing live chat from at least 5/11, so May 11th through September 15th.
Okay, so you can't identify the person who posted the chat, correct? You can't identify that person's name before the jury today, correct?
That's correct.
We would object on hearsay, Your Honor, because he hasn't identified who posted these chats. So these would be memes that would be offered to prove the truth of the matter, so from an unidentified person, we would object.
And statement or objections and also raise issue with the picture that's on the, or notes made by Agent Impola on the sides of the exhibit. We've asked those be stricken as well. And you say be stricken.
It has no probative value. It's not from the party. Or guilt by association, and totally against these, this is the last one I'm against, but these means and their features are not fair. And this one's not even from either one of these two gentlemen.
Mr. Ralston,
If I may, this is outside the scope of any type of co-conspirator plot. Okay, so since you can't identify this is from an unnamed source. So it doesn't come in under the hearsay rules, it's a legal issue today.
Mr. Sager, you're not in, you concur with that.
Yes, we did there.
Mr. Ralston,
Yeah, just real briefly, Judge. I mean, what we're doing is we're working through ideology of the Wolverine Watchman, and now we're talking about the ideology of Mr. William Null and Michael Null, and their entry or their membership in this chat, which is anti-government, is relevant to show their ideology. And the truth of the matter, and there's really no truth of the matter asserted being put forward here as to the content of the memes. It's not to say the memes are making a statement, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, if I may, just briefly. The purpose of introducing these is to attach the no-burners to these memes. This is an unidentified person, okay? And so what the prosecutor's attempting to do is attach this negative inference to the nulls without any foundation, without any basis, without any relevance. It's putting them in a negative light without any context. He doesn't even know who posted these, and therefore we would object.
Mr. Ralston, any further?
Just real quick, yeah. It's not a matter of so much about who posted them, it's the fact that they have this content in their possession.
Well, there's a couple layers to deal with on these. The first that I'll talk about, we've had this discussion relative to some of the other exhibits as well, and that would be the black boxes that are either placed around the individual chats or the black boxes. We've seen them where it references a date or something like that. The court doesn't have any issue with those, as I didn't on the previous exhibits, because obviously they were the orient viewer of the exhibit, and that was identified for the jury, so they understand what that's for. In terms of the photos themselves, I don't know that it matters that they have the name in terms of the hearsay analysis, but for some of the argument that the court's going to have to make, I would like to do that outside the presence of the jury. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is excuse you from the courtroom so that I can make an evidentiary finding, and then we'll bring you back to chamber. All right. Okay, you can obviously thank you. I'm just going to have to discuss relevancy and summarize some things. I thought it best to do that outside the presence of the jury, because they're the ones that are going to be the ultimate fact finders, but I kind of have to do it at a minimum level right now, in my opinion. So we're talking about proposed exhibit 19, but the issue of relevancy has come up a couple of times relative to the other exhibits. First, in terms of the hearsay aspect to these, generally speaking, a photograph doesn't qualify for a hearsay discussion. Now, if there are words that are contained in it or a meme, certainly there's some discussion as to whether or not that applies. The first finding that I'll make, as I've already determined in a previous motion hearing a while ago, in a very general sense, is that many things like these with memes we will deal with one at a time. And I don't find that they're valid in terms of any hearsay issues, even though the speaker wasn't identified by name. Special Agent Impola identified that he knew who the person was. I think the reference that he made was that it was another militia leader, but he didn't know the name of that individual. The other aspect to it is it's a meme. One, for example, which I think is page 3?
Yes.
It indicates there's a red skull and crossbones, and it says "kill them all" and let God sort them out. That's not being admitted to say that whoever posted it is going to kill them all and let God sort them out. It's showing the ideology, as has been referenced before, so I don't have any hearsay issue with it. Now, in terms of relevancy with these documents, this is the main reason that I wanted the jury out of the room, because we've had this discussion a couple of times during motion hearings and tried to reference it in a general sense when they've been in the courtroom, because we need to let them do their job as the finder of fact. What we have in this case is, I've referred to it a couple of times as an umbrella. There's a bigger sort of overarching aspect to it, and then with these three gentlemen are a component of that. I've stated my reasons in the past for why I think that the umbrella and the larger aspect to it need to come in. Quite frankly, it provides context, and it shows the references for the other individuals that are involved in that greater umbrella, and I think gives a better opportunity to sort out where these defendants potentially fall into that ladder, so to speak. The other aspect to that is with the umbrella, because, for example, we saw in one of the other exhibits, Mr. Franks posted, I think it was, the picture of the trigger switch and being able to make it fully automatic as opposed to that. As was identified, that wasn't for these three individuals, and the allegation was not made that it was one of these three individuals. What they're doing, at least at this part in the case, and Agent Impola will not be done this afternoon, I'm assuming testifying, and I'll go on farther, as we move through this process and whittle our way down to these three defendants. The issue with all of that and why it is relevant is any tendency to show, and that's how we get there. And so if we get to the end of that ladder and all we have are messages about Ty Franks and how he knows how to do this, quite frankly, that makes this table's job very easy. I assume that that's not where it stops, that the other exhibits are going to go farther, but the court doesn't know that. As everyone is aware, the court learns about the case, so to speak, in the most general or in the most specific sense with the jury. Sure, we've had motion hearings, but nothing this extensive has been discussed. So it is relevant to allowing the finder of fact to make the ultimate determination. It's just, this case is much broader and much bigger than I have used retail fraud first, not to pick on shoplifting charges, but you know, if somebody walks into Walmart on a particular afternoon, takes one item off the shelf over a 5-minute span and then walks out, that, in terms of a time frame, is a pretty easy fix. And the amount of exhibits that are associated with it are probably going to keep you. This spans a great deal of time, and it spans a great, I don't know the word, expanse, if you will, in terms of people, ideology, and everything that was going on, all of which I do believe is relevant. And so, that argument relative to relevancy will apply to this exhibit and similar movements in the past. I just wanted to make the record clear relative to that. Mr. Nunzio, I'll give all of you a chance to address it again. Because I wanted that clear, but I also wanted to do it outside the presence of the jury. So, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, I'm thinking, in an attempt to be, brevity, being a good thing, I'd ask for an opportunity to lay that. I think Mr. Nunzio has a point about what's on the side of the exhibit, the box content. He didn't testify to that yet. I should do that first and then renew my motion.
Sure.
If that's okay.
Well, I was going to respond to the boxes on the side because it says, it's just one example, Bill Knoll participated, Mike Knoll participated. And if I heard the witness correctly, Your Honor, he said that they weren't part of that chat. So they didn't post them, but participating, the word participate means that they've adopted these pictures and have, maybe some type of purported authorship, right? And I don't know how the prosecution's gonna respond to that, but this is certainly, if it were just picture alone, I understand the court's, I understand it. I disagree, but I understand. But now we have this editorializing. And this is obviously an attempt to refresh the memory of the jury when they deliberate because of the number of exhibits and the amount of information. I get that, but I think the picture alone is what's being admitted. We're now objecting to the editorializing by the witness. If he wants to testify in addition to the picture, so be it. But this is an adoption. By the defendants, Mike and Bill Knoll, and we disagree with that. Let's just get other things in there. That malicious total, 2 reps per I mean, there's other information in addition to the picture. So it's an editorializing on top of the exhibit. So, and we're objecting to that.
Okay, Mr. Simon.
Go with my standing objections as well as the raises. I raised this here about the boxes and the extra information that has nothing to do with the news. But I'd also like to point out to the court, page 7 of my 343 objections, we also pointed out 404B, and we have not been given the notice. So we would renew the 404B and ask the court to strike this whole entire line of questioning as well as the exhibit.
Mr. Barnett.
And showing just formally and I reference the arguments.
Okay, Mr. Nunzio.
That's all we have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, by way of response.
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's put 404, that discussion to the side just a moment. Relative to the information that was in the box, so the difficulty for the court is picking the word and what that's going to mean to somebody. To say that someone participated in a chat because they are included on the chat and something was sent to it, quite frankly, I think participated is an appropriate word. I mean, they were in the chat and presumably received it. Now, the agent testified that there's nothing to show that they responded to that chat. They were not the ones who posted it. And so that context was provided. I will allow Mr. Ralston an opportunity to ask the agent relative to some of the other information that are in there, because I don't know what some of that is in reference to, and that would help the court make that discussion. In terms of the 404 aspect to it, Mr. Cyber, is that just for this exhibit or is that in general?
Judge, it would be for this specific exhibit, because we did, on September 11th, we did give the state notice that we were objecting to it on that basis, and we were not provided with any notice as required by the statute.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, any response to the floor for the aspect?
No, Judge.
Okay. I think what we're going to do is take a little recess. I'd like to see the attorneys in chambers, and we'll be back with everyone shortly.
All right.
Mr. Wilson, that was 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What's that? Yes, it did, and then as soon as this one's at 100, then I'll put that one back in. Because then I'll have to just take it. What did I do? Well, because it's supposed to wake up. I'm tired after lunch.
I know. I hear
I think I come up with peppermint oil versus like mint.
I know. Just want to slam coffee.
Yeah. I just felt like after I found out about the judge, like, apologized on his death. So that's actually not a bad idea.
just like always, it's fun to go back over everything.
Okay, let's get everybody back. All in that room. Go ahead and have a seat. Let's go back on the record then. I did have a chance to talk to a couple of the attorneys about a couple of issues. One is in relation to proposed exhibit 19. Some of the previous exhibits that we referenced in the, when I say previous exhibits, I mean off to the side, we saw that there may have been a date and then one of the defendant's names or somebody else's name, something along those lines. For proposed exhibit 19, there is additional information that would be in the black box, so to speak, next to the photograph. And there were some concerns expressed by the defense attorneys about some of the wording there. So such as on page 1 of people's proposed exhibit 19, it details or has additional details after the date, and it says Sigma Chat. The first two bullet points are Bill Null participated and Mike Null participated, and I think to summarize the defense attorney's points, that the word participated indicates adoption or that they were actively referencing this photograph or something along those lines. I don't disagree because even though the jury just heard testimony that said that neither Bill Null nor Mike Null posted this photograph, and I believe the testimony was that they had posted in the chat group, but he could not recall how far before or how long after this post. And so there is potential, multiple weeks from now, if the jury forgets that. And so I think, Mr. Ralston, what's going to happen is the Attorney General's office is going to amend that proposed exhibit so that those lines would read Bill Null in chat group and Mike Null in chat group. Is that correct?
Yes, with the dates.
Yeah.
And with the court's permission, I just talked with Special Agent Harris about this. What I'd like to do is move. He can publish rather, without the box. Okay.
Oh,
Okay. And then I'll move for remission of that, and I'll come back. So that'll be with the finished product, if you will, that I'll bring back and obviously show to council. Will just contain the date and that information that the court just quoted.
Yeah, the problem with that is that if only, so you're saying, for lack of a better way, if I just hold this to the side and take the black box off,
Right.
that's what we'll be showing the jury.
Today, but I would like to come back in with the black box that'll contain the 2 points the court just said, the date and that Bill and Mike, and help me with the language of court. I don't want to
There was
misquote.
some other, in chat group or.
Yeah, in chat group.
Well, I think the court's preference would be to show the jury whatever the final exhibit is.
Fair enough, we'll move on.
I assume.
That's fine. Yep, that's fine. That's fine.
Anything further on the exhibit issues for you, Mr. Murphy?
No, and if they wanted to simplify it, I'm not making the recommendation, but you show the box and then take the testimony. The court doesn't can exhibit change.
Sure.
And we don't want them resubmitting exhibits over exhibits. It might be confusing, so.
Yep. No problem.
The court suggestion, obviously, is the more appropriate.
Mr. Sager?
We adopt from those views, statements, and outstanding objections.
Mr. Barnett?
Just thanks, Chairman, for taking a second to look at this.
Okay. And so we'll consider that issue closed relative to proposal exhibit 19. That can be dealt with later. The other thing that I want to discuss is the 404 issue that was brought up. So, the opportunity. Let's go to the book. So MRA 404 deals with character evidence not admissible for conduct. Specifically, the objection being made is in reference to MRA 404B that deals with other crimes, wrongs, or acts. And basically, it indicates in part evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. It goes on to delineate some of the manners in which it may be appropriate to admit such evidence, but 404, if evidence is going to be admitted in accordance with those, there is a timing requirement by which the prosecutor's office, in this case the Attorney General's office, would have to file notice. That has to be at least 14 days before trial, and then if the defense attorneys wanted to object, the hearing would be held and we would go through that procedure. In this case, Mr. Cyber, which I think was joined by the other attorneys, defense attorneys rather, did file objections to the proposed exhibits. That was filed in accordance with the timeline that the court had given previously. I think that the exhibits were to be exchanged by the close of business on August 7th, and I think the objections had to be filed on the close of business of August 11th, if memory serves. So that was timely filed, and as I referenced, those objections are part of the record. He indicated that the 404B objection was included in that. The court did have a chance after court yesterday to do some brief research, but research on the 404 issue. And essentially, I've described this as an umbrella, and we just had that discussion about wide-reaching case and facts and all of those things for the relevancy argument. And basically, the case law in Michigan, as I understand it, and unfortunately I didn't print it off, but the case law, as I understood it from both the Michigan Supreme Court and the Michigan Court of Appeals, is that 404B character evidence doesn't apply. That rule is not implicated when you're dealing with the actual crimes that are involved in this case. Now, this is a very broad spectrum that we're talking about, and so in the court's mind, and the finding that I'll make is that at least what we've seen up until now, nothing that has implicated 404 as another other act that falls under character evidence. It would fall under the facts of the case itself and the crimes that are implicated in that. Thus, 404 is not implicated. And so that doesn't apply, so there's no need for the court to do further analysis for that. However, the objection certainly has to be made part of the record and can be done in the future if necessary. Mr. Ralston, anything else for you before we turn to the jury?
No, sir.
Mr. Linder?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sykes?
No, thank you.
Mr. Bryant?
No.
Okay, all right. To the jury.
Thank you.
It's like, you know,
I'm so tired.
Okay, everyone can be seated, thank you. Gentlemen, welcome back. Mr. Ralston, I'm going to go to you.
Thank you, Judge. We will return to Exhibit 19 at a different point in time. Thank you very much. Agent Impola, I'd like you to turn to proposed Exhibit 21, if you would, please.
I have it here.
And can you tell us, it's a multi-page document, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
How many pages?
It's a 7-page document, and it is Facebook search warrant return results between Adam Fox and Eric Molitor.
Okay. And again, you use a search warrant with the judge's permission to get that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are there black boxes on there?
They are, and I added the black boxes myself, as well as the references to other exhibits within this exhibit that they'll be referred to.
Okay. And the starting date, if you will, on that exhibit?
That'd be,
And I mean the first communication that's shown there.
sure, June 4th, 2020. So just before item, this is item 5 here on the significant events timeline.
Okay. And those generally, if you could please just summarize what's in those 7 pages.
So these are individual one-on-one Facebook messages between Adam Fox and Eric Molitor. And then as they work through their communications, they'll communicate back via voice message. So on Facebook, you can actually leave a voice message and transmit it over Facebook Messenger. So it comes across kind of as like a voicemail sort of thing. And so those were part of their communications. Those are the other exhibits that are part of this 7-page document.
Understood. I'm going to move for admission of proposed Exhibit 21, please.
Mr. Nazar?
No comment.
Mr. Sack?
Stand under objection.
Mr. Barnett?
I have no objection, I do know they passed over 20, Your Honor.
Nope.
Agent Impola, so that I understand correctly, so looking at the first page, there's a reference to Exhibit 23. Can you explain, so if there's a reference to another exhibit, what does that mean?
Yeah, so that exhibit is a Facebook voice audio clip, which is a different exhibit. So we're on Exhibit 21. That audio clip, which is recording, then is Exhibit 23.
Okay.
And then the next recording is Exhibit 24, all the way up to 30.
Okay. And that reference you made after preparing this document?
Yes.
Okay. Well, based on that, the court will admit that because Exhibit 21, I think the jury and the parties understand now what the exhibit references are for, and it might make more sense in the coming minutes as well.
Good. Thank you, Judge. Adam, can you post the first page, please? And again, this is between Mr. Molitor and Adam Fox. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And on the left there, if you would, Adam, if you could zoom in, thank you, to the top left. Yep. Who's the sender?
So the sender is Eric Molitor. This is June 4th, 2020.
This is, correct me if I'm wrong, but 2 days before the New Founding Fathers meeting in Dublin, Ohio, put on by Barry Croft. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the if you could read the body of the message into the record, please.
Eric Molitor stated, "They just offered me a job, bro. Thank you so much. You have no idea what this means to me."
Any response from Adam Fox?
Yes. Adam Fox replied, "Hi, good shit, bro. Glad I could help. You make cover me for Saturday, right?"
All right, let's stop there just for a minute. Do you know what Adam Fox's employment situation was back then?
Yes, he was a private security contractor for Pinkertons, which is a security contracting firm.
Okay. And if you know, during the course of your investigation, did you learn whether or not Eric Molitor then went to work there?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And is that essentially the exchange we see here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And thank you. Adam, if you can please go to the next one. Who's the sender?
This is Adam Fox.
Okay. And again, this is going to Eric Molitor, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does it say?
He says, "For sure, brother. Glad I could help. Good look covering me Saturday."
Okay. Next message, please.
I think he just read that slightly.
Agent, can you read it again, please?
Oh, "For sure, brother. Glad I could help. Good looking cover me Saturday." Excuse me. Good looking covering me Saturday.
And Adam, if you could, Dickie. Who's the sender here?
This is Adam Fox.
Okay. And what's the body of the message?
The body is 2nd Continental Michigan Regiment.
Okay, let's talk about that for a minute. I think he testified earlier that Mr. Croft had appointed Adam Fox as the Michigan commander of the 2nd Continental Michigan Regiment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that is that consistent with that appointment?
Yes.
Okay. And when, if you would, Adam, the next box, please. Okay, what are we looking at here, Agent Impola?
So at the top, Exhibit 23, across from it, this is the metadata associated with an audio voice clip that was transmitted over Facebook.
Okay.
From Adam Fox to Eric Molitor.
Okay, and what is proposed Exhibit 23?
That is that voice clip.
Okay. And again, it's from Mr. Fox to Mr. Molitor, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you summarize, you've heard this message, is that right?
Yes.
And then again, this is an audio message, like a voicemail. You said, I think it was similar to that, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and can you summarize it?
Basically, Adam Fox asks Eric Molitor if he wants to join him and build a private army.
Okay, and move for admission of proposed Exhibit 23, please, Judge. That's the Facebook audio message from Mr. Fox to Mr. Model, and to Mr. Molitor.
And it would be the actual audio clip.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nunn? Mr. Sapp?
Stand under objection.
Mr. Burnett?
No problem.
And Judge, there's an associated transcript I'd like to voir dire the witness on just briefly. Is there a proposed Exhibit 23 T like Tango?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and and you've listened to the audio, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and is that transcription accurate?
Yes.
They move for admission of 23T.
Mr. Nunn, you'll allow the transcript. Mr. Sapp?
Please stand under the objection.
Mr. Burnett?
No objection.
Well, based on the testimony of Agent Impola as to the origin of proposed Exhibit 23 and that it is accurate, that will be admitted as will be the associated transcript. She also testified was accurate as to the contents of Exhibit 23. So both are admitted and both admitted.
Thank you. And before you begin, and just again, this is from Mr. Fox to Mr. Molitor.
That's correct.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Bro, it's not an issue at all. You'll have your own unit. We will be statewide. We're actually going to be plugging out nationwide. We got this shit popping off like right now in like Delaware. There's a few other states. We're just going to build a unit. Like you're going to have your own unit in your own local community. Then we'll all get together, like every couple months and train as a fucking state. We'll figure it out, dude. We're just going to build a real fucking unit. No more social clubs, no more fucking ego tuning. Like, we're gonna build a real unit that's here. We're not even gonna call ourselves a fucking militia, dude, because we're just gonna be a civilian army. Shut up! My bad, man, these fucking dogs. Anyways, man, it's gonna be righteous. I'm looking for people to grow. There's gonna be no chain of command. We're all gonna be equals. I want everyone's input. I want everything to run smoothly. The only thing I don't want is weak people who are uncommitted.
Can you go back, please, to Exhibit 20? Yes, 21. Thank you. Exhibit 24. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, the jury proposed Exhibit 24 what that is?
Yes, this is a voice clip from Eric Molitor to Adam Fox, and this is Eric Molitor's response to Adam Fox's voice clip.
And is there an associated transcript with that?
There is.
I think that's been marked 24T. And is it accurate as to the message that Mr. Molitor sent back to Mr. Fox?
Yes, it is.
Okay, move for admission of both 24 and 24T, please.
Mr. Nunn? Mr. Sapp?
Stand under the objection.
Mr. Burnett?
No objection, but we have the dates of these. I assume they would be close to the specific thing. I think it makes sense to the timelines of these.
Sure. The dates, as I understood from the metadata, were included on People's Exhibit 21. Mr. Wilson, if you wouldn't mind referencing those,
Certainly.
talking about the entry.
In terms of Exhibit 23, that's the message we just listened to. When was that sent by Mr. Fox to Mr. Molitor?
These were sent on June 4th, 2020.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Reading my.
24 and 24, right?
Thank you. And again, this is Mr. Molitor's response. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Bro, I just had goosebumps listening to that shit. That is everything that I want to fucking do. Exactly the way I want to fucking do it. I am 110% on board with this idea, man.
At this point in time, I mean, had you even heard of Eric Molitor at this point?
No,
Okay. And I mean, had Adam Fox come to your attention yet?
No, I'd never heard of Adam Fox.
Okay. All right, let's go back to 21, I believe, please. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what proposed Exhibit 25 is?
Yes, this is a voice clip on the same day, June 4th, 2020. So now I'm at the bottom of the page. And this is Adam Fox's voice response to Eric Molitor's statement that we just heard in 24.
And is there an associated transcript marked 25T?
Yes.
Okay, and is the transcript accurate as to the statements made by Mr. Fox in 25?
Yes.
Move for admission of both 25 and 25T, please.
Any objection?
Okay.
25 and 25T will be admitted. Commission published as well, which again, is there
Thank you. And again, this is from Mr. Fox to Mr. Molitor, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, I'm fucking doing it, man, so consider yourself part of it now. And now we just grow our shit. I got a meeting on Saturday out of state with some guys, so once after that meeting I'll come back, but dude, we might be doing some real fucking cowboy shit here in the near future.
Okay. If we can go back to 21, please. I think we're on, is this page 2? Thank you. We're on page 2 of 21, Agent Impola. What do we see on the left there?
So this is the next clip in line. It's the next voice clip from the same day, June 4th, 2020. And this is Adam Fox again, sending an additional message to Eric Molitor.
Okay. And is there an associated transcript with this marked 26T?
Yes.
And is that transcript accurate as to the message from Mr. Fox to Mr. Molitor?
Yes.
Move for admission of 26 and 26T, please.
Stand on the objection.
Mr. Barnett?
Your Honor, I'm lost because there's no 26 or 26T on their exhibit, like they have 23, 24, 25, 26 missing. I apologize, it's on the website.
Any objection?
No, my apologies.
Exhibit 26 and 26T will both be.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Calling ourselves Second Continental for a reason. George Washington's army was the first Continental. We are now the Second Continental. We're gonna take back what's ours, bro.
Okay. Can you go back to 21, please? We see here on the right side of Exhibit 21, and I'm sorry, I was just 2 or 3. It was page 2. And what do we see here? What message did Mr. Fox? Before we get to this, Agent Impola, the reference earlier about in Exhibit 24. No, my mistake. Exhibit 25, where Mr. Fox references he's got a meeting out of state. Remind us, did Mr. Fox go to that new Founding Fathers meeting down in Dublin, Ohio, put on by Mr. Croft?
Yes, so that's item 6 on the significant events timeline
Okay,
on June 6th.
thank you. All right, and this is what this message is from Mr. Fox, is that correct?
Yes,
And what date?
June 6th,
Okay.
2020.
And what was the body of the message, if you could read that into the record?
Adam Fox stated, "Yeah, headed to Ohio. Appreciate you covering me. Big things happening when I get back."
Okay, and does Mr. Molitor have any response?
Yes, Eric Molitor responded, "I can't wait. I'm proud to be able to help, man. This is bigger than me. This is honorable. Something we have lost as a society. Can't wait till my kids can understand this."
Okay. Hey, yesterday, Agent Impola, I think we heard that Adam Fox was some type of patsy of the FBI. Had you even heard of Adam Fox at this point?
No, I didn't know his name.
Okay, I mean, had you had any contact with him or Mr. Molitor?
No, I didn't know either one of their names at this time.
This information that we're seeing here in this Facebook and in this particular, in these exhibits, when did you come into this information?
Following the arrest.
In October?
Yes.
Okay, the arrests were in October.
Yeah, October 7th, 2020 was the arrest. And then following those arrests, I executed some search warrants to Facebook and learned of this information.
Okay. Good. Okay. Thank you, Adam. If we could move on to the next one there. And I think we're on page 3 now of Exhibit 21. And if you could highlight the first box there, please. Okay. A couple of messages here. We'll work through them. Who's the top of the screen there? Who's the sender?
That's Adam Fox, and this is June 7th, 2020.
Okay, this is after the meeting he attended down in Dublin, right?
Correct.
Okay, and read the body of the message into the record, please.
Adam Fox stated, "Good stuff, bro. Stack that bread, because shit's going to be happening." Eric Molitor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, just go ahead. That's fine.
All right. Eric Molitor responded, "I will do the best I can. Set on ammo and guns for now. Need a fucking helmet, though. So goddamn expensive. It's crazy, man. Before, I would have had to work a full week to afford a helmet. With this, one fucking day. Give or take a few hours." Adam Fox responded, "I don't have a helmet either, but most of our starting stuff will be operational, in and out." Adam Fox replied, "Shit's gonna get heavy real quick, bro. Get ready." Eric Molitor replied,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you read that one from Mr. Fox again, please?
"Sure. This is from June 7th, and this is the fourth one down. Shit's gonna get heavy quick, bro. Get ready." Now I'm on the bottom one. Eric Molitor replied, "I hope to have some sort of intel before it does. I have 2 littles and a mother who has chronic illnesses. I will die for them in my country. Even if I'm not prepared, I will fight. That's the way I was raised."
Hey, Agent Impola, I'm going to interrupt you here. Got a laser pointer. And I'm going to, you use it where appropriate, but I mean, I think I turned it on. Okay, can we go to the next one, please, Adam? And I don't know that you got to use it for this, but I just, if it's helpful, go ahead. And who's the message from?
From Eric Molitor.
And to Mr. Fox again?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and read the body, please.
Sure. So this is from June 11th, 2020. The message is, "Saw your post from the 7th. I'm scared but ready, bro. Don't make me come to you though, LOL. Hit me up as soon as you need me. I like your energy. I still need brief. If we can ever find time, this dude got me working hella hours."
I still need brief. And it sounds like Mr. Molitor is actually searching for information there.
Auction meeting.
Is Mr. Molitor searching for information there?
He's asking to be briefed on the.
One second, Agent Impola. That will be sustained the previous question.
Thank you, I think you just did it again, but
If we did
Mr. Olson's speculation. Could you repeat the question?
May I rephrase?
Yeah, Mr. Cyrus, did you have the same objection?
No, it's a speculation.
You asked the question again.
Sure. The statement, "I still need to be briefed." I wanted the agent to offer his insights as to what topic.
Okay, I think it would have to start with whether or not he knows if that means anything. So that is.
Okay. Agent Impola, I mean, obviously, without putting too fine a point on it, I mean, you've been through the investigative materials in this case and just summarizing everything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any idea what that means? Yes or no?
Yes.
that's speculation.
Overruled now.
Can you share your thoughts with what that refers to?
Sure. I believe he's referring to the exhibits that, and the language that Adam Fox had previously told Eric Molitor that we just listened to. So starting off the clip where it's real cowboy shit. And then there's a reference to big things happening. So based on the continuation of this chat, I believe Eric Molitor is requesting to be briefed on the real cowboy shit and the big things that'll be happening in society that Adam Fox learned of from the Dublin meeting.
Can you go to the next box, please?
If we know my objection, Your Honor, that's behind any reasonable speculation. It's all this is taken out of context too as well.
Well, I'll overrule the objection. I would note that the agent testified what he believed and why he believed it. Certainly, the jury will have the exhibits, and as they've been instructed and will be instructed, they are the ultimate fact finder, and they will make the ultimate determination, but the answer will be it's overruled.
Agent Impola, if you can look at the next portion of Exhibit 21 there. What do we see?
So this is a continuation of the conversation Eric Molitor and Adam Fox are having, and this is from June 11th, 2020. It starts with Eric Molitor at the top.
And read the body of the message, please.
Eric Molitor stated, "I'm trying to get or to GRT people to join. I need time to be with my kids. He booked me a month out, bro. I'm sad, but need the money." Adam Fox responded, "Shit, let's stack that bread and bank for the boogaloo." Eric Molitor asked, "Soon?" Eric Molitor then sent this thing, which I recognize this as an emoji. I can't tell you which emoji, but when Facebook gives their returns, it only comes back from their system. Emojis are like these two little lines.
Fair enough. What is the next message?
Down here, second from the bottom, Adam Fox stated, "Who knows? I'm trying to unite people and get shit done."
And yeah, let me help you out there a little bit. I'll just pick it up.
Thank you. The final response here from June 11th is Adam Fox saying, "Hoping within 6 months."
Okay, fair enough. Exhibit 27, proposed Exhibit 27, is that referenced here on Exhibit 21?
It is.
And what is Exhibit 27?
It's an audio clip, and we do have one up here too on the left before we get there. Just want to make sure we get the proper context.
I'm sorry, just one minute. Thank you. Yeah, go to that, Adam. Thank you. I'm sorry, I skipped that. Thank you. And you know what? Can we go back to the last one before that? So we can. The last one before that, I think, was the audio. Or no.
No, it's this chain of messages.
Yeah, and can you go back to page? There you go. Yeah, I want to give the context on the next message. I think we're going to lost it. Okay, you've already read this, but there's an inquiry by Mr. Molitor of, the question soon, is that correct? And that's following Mr. Fox's statement that bank for the boogaloo, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then at the bottom, we have the message, Mr. Fox says, hoping within 6 months, right?
Correct.
Okay, now next page. This is the next message that follows, probably soon, 6 months, correct?
Correct.
All right, and read that body of the message from Mr. Fox to Mr. Molitor into the record, please.
This is Adam Fox on June 11, 2020. Adam Fox stated, probably sooner with the crooked ass election.
Okay, and was there going to be a general election in the fall of 2020?
Yes, there was a presidential election in November of 2020.
Okay, thank you. And Adam, if you could bring us to the next box. We have proposed exhibit 27 there. Tell us what that is.
This is an audio clip from Eric Molitor a few days later on June 13th, 2020. It's a voice message from Molitor to Fox.
And exhibit, is there an associated transcript that goes with proposed exhibit 27, marked 27T?
Yes.
And I'd move for admission of both 27 and 27T, please.
Mr. Secretary.
Stand by objection.
Mr. Bryant.
No objection.
Exhibit 27 and exhibit 27.
Go ahead. Please.
And by the way, I don't know what you know about Sam, but tell me what you know about him, because that motherfucker came over and talked to me for an hour and a half or 2 hours on the clock the other night, and fucking proves himself to me like a motherfucker with pictures, messages. This guy is one of the most legit badasses I have ever run across, and I know some other motherfuckers.
Okay. Do you know who the Sam is that Mr. Molitor is referring to?
I know now from Mr. Burnett's opening that Sam was his boss.
Okay. Let's move to back to 21 for a minute, if we could, Adam. And exhibit 28, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury what that is?
Yeah, so 28 here is Adam Fox's voice response on June 13th, 2020 to Eric Molitor's message up here that we just heard.
Okay, and is there an associated transcript with proposed exhibit 28 that's marked 28T?
Yes.
And is that transcript accurate as to the statements of Mr. Fox? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, move for admission of proposed exhibit 28 and 28T, please.
Mr. Secretary.
Judge, we stand our objection, just point out to the court, this had nothing to do with my client, this was one question.
Mr. Bryant.
Just one more. No objection.
I think this proposed exhibit 28 and 28T will be admitted for reasons that the court stated.
Yeah, I don't know much about Sam and shit. Let's get Sam on board with the blue then. Fuck!
Okay. Going back to 21.
I'll just point out here, this is a typo of mine. It should say Boogaloo, not UI.
What does UI stand for?
Unintelligible.
Okay. Can you correct that and we'll resubmit 28T?
Sure.
Okay. Moving on.
Once it's an exhibit, it's an exhibit.
I can deal with that, but 28 and 28T happen.
Going back to 21, please, Adam. And we see exhibit 29 there. If you could highlight that, please. And this is, tell us what this is.
So this is a Facebook message from Eric Molitor on June 19th, 2020. The statement he made was 100%, and then followed by an Adam Fox voice message
Okay.
from the same day.
And proposed exhibit 29, is that an audio message or an audio clip?
Yes, it is.
And is it of the message Mr. Fox sent back in response to Mr. Molitor's 100% statement?
Yes,
Okay, is there an associated transcript with that?
it is.
And is the transcript accurate?
Yes.
Move for admission of proposed exhibit 29 and 29T, please.
Mr. Nutter. No. Mr. Secretary.
We stand our objection, but we'd also point out the last exhibit, it said it was accurate, now it's saying it's not, so we have inconsistencies. We question all transcripts, those that are not certified.
Mr. Burnett.
Objection, none.
Exhibits, this is 29, correct?
Yes, sir.
29 and 2019 will be admitted, any errors or taken into the weight, but that's up to the jury. In terms of admissibility.
Hey, Agent Impola, in terms of these, the exhibits that we have and the amount of material you're trying to work through, I mean, you make your best good faith efforts to make them accurate?
Yes,
Okay, all right.
sure do.
Okay, let's keep going here. Adam, if you could, please.
Hey, I'm networking with Wolverine Watchman right now, trying to get you guys another agent for that Wyoming detail. So hang tight, and I'll see hopefully something by tonight. Okay? That I'm saying I'm doing my best.
Okay, before you move off that, Adam, hey, what date is that he sends that to Mr. Molitor?
That is June 19th, 2020.
Okay, I mean, has Eric Molitor entered your investigation at this point?
No.
Okay, how about Adam Fox?
I just learned Adam Fox's name. Joe Morrison had brought it up during a Wolverine Watchman training on June, I believe June 8th or 9th. Joe Morrison had brought it up to the Wolverine Watchman during an encrypted chat that he had a contact that he was going to introduce them to.
Okay, I mean, had Adam Fox met Dan yet?
Oh, no.
Had Adam Fox met?
Wait, I'm sorry. On June 18th, Adam Fox met Dan for the
Okay.
first time.
At the,
There's a rally at the state capitol, and that was the first meeting that Adam Fox and Dan and other members of the Wolverine Watchmen met.
okay. I mean, and the point I'm trying to draw out is how much contact as of this moment in time really had Dan had with Adam Fox?
Very minimal.
Okay, I mean, is that a rally?
Yes,
Was it outdoors?
yes, it was.
Okay, and I mean, in terms of time, how much time were they together?
They worked together for probably half hour to an hour at the rally at the state capitol.
Okay, and, okay, fair enough. And obviously I had Undercover Mark met Adam Fox at this point.
No,
How about Undercover Red?
no.
Okay, fair enough. If you could go back, please, to Exhibit 21, Adam. And what is proposed Exhibit number 30?
So proposed exhibit 30 is a voice clip from that same day, June 19th, 2020, from Adam Fox to Eric Molitor.
Okay, and is there an associated transcript with that marked 30T?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and is that transcript accurate as to the statements made in this electronic exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, move for admission of 30 and 30T, please.
Mr. Nunzio?
Good enough.
Mr. Sack?
Any objection?
Mr. Barnett?
No objection.
Exhibit 30 and 30T will be.
Okay. And Adam, if you could post that.
Also download the app, the Wire app. It's like a Wire secure chat or whatever. We can talk a little more freely on there.
Is that another example of OPSEC or operational? How would you describe that?
Hang on one second.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Lawson, you can finish the question. Sure.
I'll withdraw that question if I may ask another.
Okay.
How would you describe that statement by Adam Fox?
This is an example of OPSEC to use an encrypted app.
Okay. Okay. Judge, I'm willing to keep going, but I'm about to break into a new area, and if you want to.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Everybody can talk to each other. The length of the All right.
Say again. Yes, sir. There it is. I've been corrected. Apparently, there's a couple more boxes I omitted. I apologize. I thought we were through there.
Okay, everyone can have a seat. Reflect the jury's out of the courtroom. We'll take a 10-minute break. We come back at 5 after. Please welcome anything.
No, sir.
He, about exit 20, but exhibit 20 was exited, it was not brought in, just for, to not be clumsy. And I think it makes more sense to put it in, and have me, I'd like to have that exhibit in. And I can go back to the ones that he's missed, throughout the, isn't missed it yet, it's just the first one he's chosen to not enter of his exhibit list, but I'd like to enter. It's marked probably plaintiffs. So I try to make it efficient for the jury, not confuse them, not be clumsy, but I'd like to have exhibit 20 entered, and that we not skip over the exhibits we've had. We're prepared to use them. It just would make more sense if we keep submitting them and they're marked for admission. It would be easier. They're in the order that the jury can look at them. And, it's fairly fine to have these exhibits. We want these exhibits on the record for a trial. And I'd like to have them in order that they were come and could be taken out of context.
Okay, well, number 9 was not admitted by my records. Number 15 was also not admitted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think 129, 198, and 202 were admitted somewhere in there as well. The court won't dictate to either the prosecutor's office or any of the defense attorneys how they present their case. Mr. Olson had already indicated that I think, I don't know the word he used, whittled down or whatever it was, the number of exhibits. Certainly that document or photograph or whatever it would be available to you, Mr. Barnett, if you wish to present evidence and want to seek to admit it as a defense exhibit. That would be perfectly appropriate. The court wants to make whatever determination is appropriate relative to disability, but I'm not going to direct the party as to how they would present their case. Mr. Wilson, anything further?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzi?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sapp?
No, thank you.
Or Mr. Barnett, anything further?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you all. We'll be on break for 10 minutes.
Go ahead.
So with that, let's go back on the record. The jury is still out of the courtroom. Mr. Olson, anything we need to talk about before bringing them back in?
No, sir.
Mr. Menzie?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sacker?
No, thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Oh, yeah.
All right, all rise for the jury, please.
Adam, how many more boxes do we got there? Okay.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Agent,
Agent, will you mind saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Olson, you ready?
thank you. Agent Impola, I think we left Exhibit 21 a little prematurely. Can you go back to that, please? And we're on page 6, I believe, Adam. Thank you. And what do we see on page 6 there?
So this is a continuation of the chat between Eric Molitor and Adam Fox. So starting on the top, this is from June 21st, 2020. Adam Fox states, sure you're asleep, but we had a little meeting today. Also, you get paid from Sam.
You can go on.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you just work through that for
Yeah,
us?
I'll work all the way down. I didn't box this portion right here, but Eric Molitor stated, yes, $1,000, not a bad start. Molitor stated, a meeting, you say? Fox stated, yeah, a few guys from the Wolverine Watchmen and my buddy from MHG.
Agent Impola, do you know what MHG stands for?
Yes,
What is that?
it's the Michigan Home Guard.
What's the Michigan Home Guard?
It's the largest militia in Michigan.
Okay, and go ahead, please.
Eric Molitor stated, so what's up? Adam Fox stated, bro, you just need some time off, LOL. Need talk in person, but essentially just brainstorming what to do. Adam Fox stated, can't do what I wanted because it's a tactical nightmare and suicide mission. And this is the emojis.
That last statement there, tactical nightmare and suicide mission. You've told us about the daytime surveillance and the nighttime surveillance by Mr. Fox. Did he have a plan before the daytime surveillance as to Governor Whitmer that was different than attacking her cabin?
Yes, he did.
What was that?
His initial plan was to attack the state capitol. He wanted to place explosives in garbage cans around the state capitol and then set them off and then lock the doors of the state capitol and start it on fire and then shoot first responders as they were going to the capitol.
Okay. All right. And can you bring us to the next box, please, Adam? And this message here is from whom?
This is from Adam Fox on June 22nd, 2020.
And what is this message to? Who is this message to, rather?
It's to Eric Molitor.
Okay. And what does he say?
He said, get Wire secure chat app, bro.
Okay. Next, Adam.
If we have a timeline, please.
I think he stated the date.
Well, this is,
1 second, sorry. You mean for the last item?
And that's just, yeah, it's just include the time and date.
Agent Impola, if you could reference the date. in your-
Bring that back up, Adam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam, he's going to bring that back up.
So this date is June 22nd, 2020. Get wire secure chat app, bro.
Okay. The next message here in this exhibit, what do we have? Who's it from?
This is from Eric Molitor, and it's on 6/23/2020. And this is number 8 on the significant events timeline.
And why is it there on the significant events timeline?
Because this chat right here, and then the next box is when Eric Molitor initiates his encrypted communications with Adam Fox.
What does that do to your ability to, as an investigator, to understand what's going on in, the investigation?
Well, I have no coverage of that. I have no ability to know what Adam Fox and Eric Molitor are talking about because they're going one-on-one on an end-to-end encrypted chat. So if it's not a group chat, there's no way I could try to get Dan or an Undercover into it. I don't have any way to get it via a search warrant. So it's a measure of OPSEC that I'm in the dark on.
So it worked.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna check that the timing of this, people put it out, these open Facebook messages that were received by search warrant weren't picked up till, I don't believe, after the last October 7th. There was no difference in any investigation whatsoever, whether it was on Facebook, a private message group, or wire. They were following these people at this point. And to say that it's hurt the investigation by jumping over the wire, it didn't happen until October after, it would be November. Doesn't make sense in the timeline. So just would like the foundation or remind the jury when these things were brought out, because they were brought out way after. I understand the arrest or after in some way.
Well, these are the defense attorneys will have an opportunity to cross this witness, but he did establish a proper foundation for these records that being people who could point on being. So any objection to this on that is.
Thank you, Joe.
I'm sorry. So this is from June 23rd, 2020. Eric Molitor stated, "What is that app? Wire?" Adam Fox replied, "Yes." Eric Molitor replied, "On it, bro." And this is all June 23rd, 2020. Shortly thereafter, that same day, Eric Molitor replied on June 23rd, 2020, "I'm on that wire. Name Barricade."
The next box, Exhibit 21 here, what do we see at the top?
So this is a couple months later, on August 31st, 2020, Adam Fox sent a message to Eric Molitor and said, "Plain as day, execution."
Can I stop you here just for a minute, Agent Impola? Remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury the date of the daytime surveillance.
That was August 29th. And so on the significant events timeline, that's number 14.
And go ahead and work us through the rest of this, and please read the messages into the record.
Sure. So the second message here from Eric Molitor on August 31st, 2020. He states, "I saw this earlier, bro. They want to use attire as a target. Well, their symbols and shit stand out too. Fuck them. It was an execution and they're all laughing online. Shit boils my blood, bro." Adam Fox replied, "Mine too." On August 31st, 2020, Adam Fox stated, "That was a declaration of war, bro." Eric Muller replied and stated, agreed, on top of all the other shit they've been doing.
Let's go back to the second message in that string. Do you have any idea from your involvement in the investigation what this message is pertaining to?
I know what was going on in the country at the time, so based on the context of the country, I believe I know what they were discussing.
Tell us about that.
This was the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting in Wisconsin, where some Antifa members attacked or shot on the streets.
Okay. Next box, please. That's it? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, Agent Impola, I'd like to move into a little different area, focusing on Mr. Croft and Mr. Fox, if we could. Remind us, the jury, did this investigation begin with these defendants who are in court today?
No, it did not.
Okay, and can you give us an idea of when, what date or what event on the timeline that any of them, became an interest in terms of your investigation?
Well, number 6 on the significant events timeline, that was the new Founding Fathers meeting, the first one in Dublin, Ohio. That's when the FBI learned of Adam Fox and Bill Null, and then shortly thereafter, I learned of Barry Croft.
Okay, and in terms of, you said, part of the goal of, your work in these domestic terrorism cases is to stop the attack.
That's correct.
Okay, and when you have 2 or more groups combining, what does that do to the threat level?
It drastically increases the threat level when you have groups, groupthink, and multiple groups combining.
Why is that?
Well, each group is a force multiplier. And so what happens is when you become radicalized, you're willing to commit violence for your ideology, you're in your own fishbowl, so to speak. So others are parroting your violence. It sounds normal. It normalizes the violence. And then you feel like you have a team and brothers who are going to step up. So instead of being a lone person looking to go conduct attacks, you feel that you're righteous and you're justified and that others agree with you. So the team concept enables individuals when they're radicalized and emboldens them.
I'm going to ask that be, Jackson asked that be stricken, and there's no foundation for that, and I don't think in this case.
We would join. We join and say speculation.
I suggest that the 3 different threat streams that are coming together, that being the Wolverine, Watchman, Adam Fox, and Barry Croft, that's exactly what's happening here. I think it's relevant for that reason.
The testimony, as I understood it, was in a general sense. It wasn't related to the question wasn't asked. Did it make these 3 individuals become radicalized through that thought process? It was a generalized question based on the agent's training and experience relative to the issue or the overall nature of the case at this stage of the investigation. And so I do believe that it's relevant for the background and the determination and the answer.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, let's turn to Barry Croft a little bit. You have proposed Exhibit 31 there?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
There's 2 Facebook photographs from Barry Croft from his Facebook that are on Exhibit 31.
And how did you get those?
Those were via search warrant to Facebook and also to Barry Croft's phone, where they were also contained.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about Mr. Croft. I mean, what did he do for a living?
He was a truck driver, an over-the-road truck driver,
Okay, about how old is he?
mid-40s.
And do you know whether or not Mr. Croft was communicating on Facebook?
Yes, so Mr. Croft was regularly communicating to his followers on Facebook, and he had quite a large militia following.
Okay, and the pictures that we see on Exhibit 31, generally describe them for us.
So there's two pictures. One of them is a picture of Barry Croft's tattoo, and it's when he posted it on Facebook in 2019. And the other is Barry Croft's dog tag.
Is there any reference on either of those to the second,
Meeting,
Mr. Wilson, finish the question first.
I apologize.
to the Second Continental Delaware Regiment?
And Agent, Mr. Burnett, so I'll be there.
The exhibits coming in, subject of the exhibits coming in or submitted, thanks to the question.
Mr. Nunn,
No comment.
Mr. Seiler.
Please stand on the written objections, Judge.
Okay,
This has nothing to do with my, thank you.
Okay, well, as to the issue relative to the objection from Mr. Barnett, I don't think it was a leading question, it was a yes or no question. I think, though, in terms of describing the exhibits before they're admitted, I think that can be done in a more generalized sense.
Sure.
As well, and so we'll do that going forward,
No problem.
beginning with exhibit 30.
Understood, Judge. Thank you. I'll rephrase.
So far.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm laying the foundation for the exhibit is what I'm attempting to do here. Does the exhibit show Mr. Croft's ideology at all?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I'm going to move for admission of proposed exhibit 31.
Mr. Nunn,
No comment.
Mr. Seiler.
Stand on the objection.
Mr. Barnett.
Objection is to relevancy as to Mr. Molitor.
Well, as the court has indicated, again, and I'm not going to incorporate by reference the response for that, but the overall cloud or umbrella type nature of this case, at least in this stage of the investigation, and understanding the context of how it continued and eventually perhaps incorporate these three defendants, I do believe that understanding that big picture, so to speak, will aid the fact finder in their ultimate determination in this case. And this evidence does have a tendency to do that, help them in that. So I do find that this relevant people's 31.
Thank you, Judge. Go ahead and post that if you would, please, Adam. This is from, the date tells us it's from January 12th, 2019. Is that correct? The
Yes.
picture of himself. And also the picture of the dog tags is from 2 days later, same time, same year. Is that correct?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry, a year later.
yeah,
Correct.
the dog tags are in 2020, and the Facebook post is 2019.
Okay, certainly the picture of the tattoo when it was posted, is that pre-COVID?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll get to the dog tag in a minute. Read into the record, if you would, the picture of Mr. Croft's tattoo on his right arm.
Yeah, so Mr. Croft's tattoo says, "Expect us, 2nd Continental Delaware Regiment."
Okay, you told us a little while ago, this morning, I think, about what faithful means, correct?
Correct.
Okay, in terms of your experience and your training, expect us. How do you interpret that?
It's another warning.
Objection, Judge, speculation.
Mr. Wilson.
Based on the agent's training and experience in terrorism cases and his knowledge about this case in particular, I think it's enlightening.
Yeah, we can join in the objection if he's encountered that phrase before, so real, but if he thought that would be mere speculation.
Mr. Barnett.
Reminds me of FAA holder, which has multiple uses that shouldn't be speculated upon as a observer about it, speculation.
Well, I think the agent testified that FAFO is a common acronym that he saw relative to the phrase, and that's what discussed at that time. Agent, in terms of like, the words expect us, is that something that through your training and experience, that exact phrase pertains to something, or was your testimony just about the tattoo relative?
No, it's pertinent to patriots or people in the Boogaloo movement, and it's a warning.
And that's a common phrase.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would give our objection. It's no different than a, I don't know, soccer mom or soccer dad saying to someone, expect us, we're coming over. You're allowing him to testify as an expert to fail. And as the court knows, even in drug cases, you have to have a willing to testify as to certain language and certain terminology. He's testifying as an expert, we're going to discuss with him.
Mr. Seibert? Mr. Brennan?
Agreed.
Mr. Wells?
Nothing to add.
I don't believe that the agent is testifying as an expert. I think that he just said, through his training and experience in the terrorism world, that phrase, expect us, he is familiar with that, and that's what his testimony was about to give, is based off of. Certainly, this deals only with admissibility. The jury can give whatever weight it wants to those two words. If they determine, for example, that it would be on a van or something like that, then they can do that. But that is what the fact finder is determined, not this court. Only admissibility is determined by the court. So 31 is good.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. Let's turn to the dog tag for a minute. Can you zoom in on that, please, Adam? What do we, can you read the dog tag into the record, please?
Sure. Croft Jr. Barry G. I don't know if you want me to read.
I do
Barry
not.
Croft's.
I don't.
Okay. And then it says 2nd Continental Delaware Regiment.
Okay. And that was posted on Facebook, January 14th, 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Dog tags, what are those usually, who are those usually used by?
Members of the U.S. military.
Okay, I mean, was Mr. Croft in the U.S. military? I mean, at this point in time?
Not how I consider the military.
Okay, I mean, was he in any of our nation's armed services?
No.
Okay. Okay. Have you ever seen militia members carry dog tags before?
No, actually, I haven't.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I should clarify. All members of the military have been in militias and have carried real dog tags, but not their own dog tags. I don't have experience with that.
Okay, fair enough. All right. What's the purpose of a dog tag?
I wasn't in the military, but as I understand it, it's to identify your remains should you become missing in combat or killed in action.
Okay. Let's turn to Mr. Fox for a moment here. Are you familiar with the proposed Exhibit 32?
I am.
Okay, and what is that?
So proposed Exhibit 32 is a video posted by Adam Fox on Facebook. It's a Facebook Live video posted from March 28th, 2020.
Okay, and how did you get it?
Via a Facebook search warrant of Adam Fox.
Thank you. Okay, and when was it posted?
It was posted on March 28th of 2020.
And in what kind of, and was it, I know Facebook has public and private, settings. I mean, was this a private or public post?
It's a post to his followers. So if you're friends of Adam Fox, you can see that post.
Okay. I mean, had you heard of Adam Fox? Had you even heard of Mr. Fox at this point?
No.
Okay. Had Dan talked to him?
No.
How about Mark?
No.
Undercover Mark or Undercover Red?
No.
Okay. So, I mean, at this point, was he an FBI patsy at this point?
He'd never had contact with the FBI at this point.
Okay. Gonna move for, and generally describe what the contents of the videos for relevancy.
So if my memory serves me, Adam Fox is in the vac shack and he's speaking to his followers and he's talking about his thoughts about looking for those who are not just going to bitch on Facebook, for the doers.
Okay. Move for admission of proposed 32, please.
Witness list, Your Honor, or excuse me, exhibit list, I don't know what this is talking, it says video, no transcript, exhibit 32. This is 32, if it is, I don't know what's coming in, I catch who's speaking about it, Terry Croft, and then I hear that, so.
Mr. Walton, were the exhibits provided to the attorneys?
Weeks ago.
Okay. Mr. Barnett, do you want a chance to review the video prior to it potentially being emitted or shown?
That top, that home, my court's here, Your Honor, but I didn't let it come in. I got to check basically someone who goes, I think it's Terry Croft, this is our resources here today. Not relevant.
Okay. That objection is certainly placed on the record for the reasons discussed by the court earlier, subject to relevancy. I won't repeat those, but they're incorporated to the decision relative to this as the other exhibits. Based back under making the ultimate determination, and the answer that this is a video with Mr. Fox speaking directly. Based on that.
Okay. Adam, thank you.
I think it's sad that everybody sits on Facebook and bitches about this, but we have the numbers, we have the arms, we have the ammunition, we have all the fucking tools and strategy that we need to just go take our country back from 435 members of fucking Congress that don't give a fuck about us.
Where's Mr. Fox at? You know, describe for the record where Mr. Fox is at there.
Sure. And I was mistaken when I said he was in the back shack in this clip. He was in his car. He's driving his Monte Carlo on the way to work.
We heard yesterday that from Mr. Barnett that he didn't have a car.
Based on my investigation, that's not true. He does have a car.
Okay. Can you,
There's some timeline when this video was recorded and posted.
I think he already testified about that. And I'll restate it, March 28th of 2020.
Thank you.
Exhibit 256, are you familiar with that, Agent Impola?
256.
It's a video, so it's not, you can go ahead.
Yes, I am.
And generally describe what it is.
This is another video of Adam Fox, and this one is from May 12th, 2020.
And the video, was it posted somewhere?
It's posted to Facebook
And how did you obtain it?
via Facebook search warrant.
Okay. And at about this time, how many, are you familiar with how many followers Adam Fox has?
Generally speaking, yes.
About how many in May of 2020?
I believe he'd reached or was near his limit of followers. So I think Facebook at that time had limited you to about 5,000 followers.
Okay. For relevancy purposes, generally describe what the video talks about.
You tested me. I believe this is the one where he's in the back shack and he's speaking to his followers about going to the after heads of state.
Okay. Move for admission of 256, please.
Please stand on the objection.
Mr. Barnett.
No objection?
This exhibit
256.
256. This is the May 12th, 2020 video.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It will be admitted to camera.
I'm sorry, this is not the one I was thinking of. This is another version in his car, just to be clear.
Okay, hang on one second. Mr. Olson, if you could establish the foundation then for 256.
Sure. Does Mr. Fox ever talk about the doers?
Yes, he does.
Okay, and is that this video?
Yes.
Okay, and when he's talking about the doers, in what context is he talking about?
He's talking about how the doers are going to be the ones who are going to get things done.
With regards to what?
The Boogaloo.
Okay.
And Adrian, is this video from May 12th of 2020?
Yes, it was. And if I could see the thumbnail, it'll refresh my memory before I testify as to what it is.
Sure.
I apologize for that.
Mr. Olson, since you said reflect the recollection if he wishes. I assume the same objections would have been lodged by the attorneys relative to that testimony.
I just had a question. We received 255 exhibits. I assume it's only two that weren't sent to us, and we received a couple days after that. Is that correct?
These were uploaded following the first batch, yes.
Okay. Well, for the same discussion, given the content of the exhibit will remain admitted as 256, I believe the constitution testing later.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, 256 was not handed to us in the timely fashion. Do you think that it should be excluded? Anything past 255?
Okay, could I see the attorneys? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little break so we can have a discussion of your presence. All rise to the jury, please. And this can serve as our afternoon as well.
Yeah, can you check your email? I think it was email.
Okay, the record can reflect that there's a courtroom open when you see it. Thank you. So I did want to talk to the attorneys in the sidebar. My understanding from this brief discussion is that there were 3 exhibits from people that were turned over after the August 7th deadline. Is that correct?
Correct, Judge.
Which number exhibits?
256, 257, and 258.
Okay. 256, we obviously know what that is. What is proposed exhibit 257?
It's an audio clip from Dino's Diner at the Cambria, Wisconsin, FTX.
And proposed exhibit 258.
Is a audio clip from the June 20th meeting at the VAC Shack.
And they were submitted to the defense attorneys on August 9th, is that correct?
We're trying to drill down on that. Yeah.
256 and 257 were. I don't think this one was not. 258 should be on the one, really.
We received two at once, Your Honor, and I didn't know there was another one, but I recognize it. Sounds like it's put on the one drive, which I think was an earlier email. Have access to. So,
Ms. Nunzio, you're the youngest, so I'm going to ask you.
Yes, Your Honor, I do believe,
No offense to the other parties, Ms. Nunzio.
I see on an email from, the AG's office on the 9th to Mr. Cyber, Mr. Barnett, and to Mr. Nunzio, exhibit 256, 257, and then on the OneDrive, I do see, just the transcript of 258. So the OneDrive is missing 256 and 257 and the video or clip of 258.
Okay, so have any of you seen the video for 258?
is it audio?
Audio or video?
I think it was
Audio,
I wrote down audio.
it is.
So, can you, 258 is the actual, is it like the other exhibits where it's 258 and then 258?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So have you all had a chance to review the audio associated with 258?
But it wasn't mine. You didn't review it.
I understand, I'm just, I didn't have time, I was just asking.
I don't think it's now, I hope it doesn't take too long, we're lost with it, Your Honor.
Okay, let's do this, we'll take a break. Let's give everybody a chance to review 256. I know that's been admitted already, but let's do that. 257, 258. I understand the time of this argument. When we come back from the break, we'll discuss that and the other issues that we okay.
Just to point out that our objections to the legal rules untimely exhibits.
Yep, I know.
Thank you.
So let's take a recess to do that. Why don't you all let me know when you're done with that and then we'll come back, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't understand how.
They're posted on. Yeah.
Do you have a computer you can look at and see? It's not a big deal. He's gonna let him. Yeah. This is the one.
Looks like documents outside, why don't you guys go outside so I can take pictures?
Be on there. What happens when you post it later is they're not.
So what I did is I sorted it alphabetically, so it's, I'll give you that. It's two by in order, but in order.
You're on your feet for about the minutes.
So I was sorted, but it's at least something other than.
It's just usually something amazing.
Who's that?
And I don't.
Oh. Yeah.
It's not fair.
Comfortable shoes.
Oh. I tried to avoid that. I'm gonna worry.
He was appointed.
Is that the Trump? I guess. They're more likely to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, then. Too, actually. Just, it is really cool. But maybe some of the features. There's one down here. So she bought a dozen pieces.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I uploaded all of them. Nice shot. I log in.
Let's go back on the record. Did have a chance to talk to the attorneys about the report that deals specifically, and specifically to exhibit 256, 257, and 258. 256, which has been admitted by the court, but I don't know that that would place in my decision relative to the timeliness issue because the exhibit has not been shown to the jury, though it has been described, I suppose. And 257 is an audio clip. 258 is also an audio clip. And my understanding from that one, for 256 and 257, those were provided to the parties on August 9th, which is 2 days after the deadline that the court imposed on the parties. 258, I believe, if I understand correctly, the transcript of that audio had been previously provided, but none of the defense attorneys had heard the audio file before today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So in terms of the analysis, it is 100% correct that the court put a deadline of close of business on August 7th. And it is 100% correct that the court speaks to its orders. And obviously this court, like any other, doesn't take kindly to its orders being violent. However, as I have said, this is a different case and it's a complex case. So I understand that there are a number of exhibits. It certainly doesn't excuse it, but 2 days, what we're really talking about is unfair prejudice to the defendants. And did they have time to review those, prepare any counter exhibits if they wish, or take any action based on that? I do believe that if they got them on August 9th, that did provide them sufficient time before beginning the trial to be able to do that. Now, what I would note is they did object to the timeliness in the objections that were timely filed by Mr. Cyber that were joined by the other defendants. They obviously at that time didn't know how I was going to rule. The ruling from the court will be that 256 is still admissible, assuming foundation and other aspects are properly laid for 257. I will allow that one. However, I will exclude 258 as untimely. I don't think that the attorneys, even having the transcript, had a proper chance to prepare for that one because the audio clip certainly provides context with voice, inflection, and those types of things that they could not have prepared for. So I will not allow that exhibit to be admitted. What I would note for 256 and 257, based on the court's decision, if any of the defendants do present a case, obviously they don't have to, as we've all talked about, but if they do and there are exhibits they wish to admit to counter, so to speak, 256 and 257, because those were submitted untimely, as long as they are presented to the Attorney General's office with sufficient time for them to review, to have a chance to rebut if they wish, I will allow those back. Thanks. So, Mr. Ralston, anything for you?
No, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Mazio?
Nothing.
Mr. Side?
No,
Mr. Barnett? Mr. Ralston is about quarter after 4. We'll bring the jury back in, much like we did yesterday. If we get to a point around 5 o'clock, we think it's a good breaking point. If you could just let me know and then we'll break through.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is the only day I do need to be out here at 5 if possible. From permission.
Mr. Ralston, here on the side.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Everyone may be
Okay. I don't, had we played 256 yet? No. Okay, we were on exhibit 256, I believe. And okay. Thank you, Agent Impola. Turning to Exhibit 256, that tell us what that is.
Sure. So 256 is a Facebook video from search warrant of Adam Fox's Facebook, and this is from May 12th. He's driving in his car and he's speaking to his followers.
About what topic?
He's talking about doers and what he's going to do when the boogaloo happens.
Move for admission of 256, please.
Stand on our objection.
that will be admitted in the current form.
Just telling people the time is upon us. You cheat and wait and lie and talk shit about us doers. So us doers, you're gonna go fucking do. And when we go do, you better stay in the house. Because we're gonna fuck with you. We're gonna fuck with you bad.
Okay. If you would, Agent Impola, if you could turn in the book there to proposed Exhibit 33, please.
I have it here.
And can you describe what that is?
Sure. These are two screen captures from Facebook. One is from the Facebook account BG Croft Jr. The other is from the Facebook account Gordon Croft. These are two separate Facebook accounts that search warrants were performed on. And they have dates of April 18th and May 2nd, 2020.
Okay. And tell us, if you will, what do the posts generally address?
These posts are generally direction from Barry Croft to his followers.
Regarding what topic?
Attacking governors and starting the Boogaloo.
Move for admission of proposed Exhibit 33, please.
Mr. Messick? Mr. Sires?
No objection.
Mr. Barnett?
No objection.
Exhibit 33 will be.
Thank you. Can you pull that up, Adam? Thank you. On the left, what do we see?
This is a statement from Barry Croft on Facebook.
And can you read it into the record, please?
Sure. Barry Croft stated, "I believe all it's going to take is one state to burn out and hang a governor, and those dominoes will start falling."
When was that posted?
That was posted on April 18th, 2020.
And on the right, what do we see?
The post from Gordon Croft Facebook account.
And read the message into the record, please.
It says, "The Lock Up Your Governor Challenge. Which of the beautiful colonies is going to be the first to snatch a criminal bastard?"
Okay. And thank you. Can you turn to proposed Exhibit 34 in your exhibit book there?
Sure.
What is that?
This is a 5-page document. It has text messages between Michael McDonald and Bill Null coordinating the Dublin meeting, New Founding Fathers meeting. And then those are the first 3 pages. And then the last 2 pages are text messages between Barry Croft and Michael McDonald, in which Michael McDonald describes statements made to him by the Null brothers.
Okay. And how was this obtained?
This was obtained via search warrant of Michael McDonald's cell phone.
Okay. And I think you already said it's 5 pages in length, correct?
That's correct.
And who is Michael McDonald?
Michael McDonald is an associate of Barry Croft.
Okay.
Out east.
And what are the, if you already told us, forgive me, but the relevant dates there?
So the dates here are May 22nd, 23rd, and May 26th. So these are the text messages coordinating the arrival in the New Founding Fathers meeting.
Okay. And I'm going to move for admission of proposed Exhibit 34, please.
Mr. Messick?
No comment.
Mr. Sires?
Stand on the objection.
Mr. Barnett?
No objection.
For the reasons that the court stated earlier, as to relevancy and the other topics that we've been discussing about the other exhibits, Exhibit 34 will be.
Thank you. If you would, Adam, thank you. Okay. Tell us how this layout works, Agent Impola.
All right. So I created these exhibits left to right and top to bottom. So the green bubble, I'm sorry, right here, this is Bill Null. And then blue here, this is Michael McDonald.
Okay, and can you, Adam, help us out with the first boxed item in the upper left-hand corner? And read that into the record, please.
So this is a text message from May 22nd. It says, "This is Bill Null."
And who was it sent to?
Michael McDonald.
Okay, if you could back out of that, Adam. And move this way. And is this the, what is this we're looking at?
This is the second response from Michael McDonald. The first response, which isn't boxed, says, "Thanks, brother, I got you locked in." And then this is the next response from Michael McDonald. It says, "Time to meet like our founders did, bro. No devices, in person, talking on Facebook can't keep going. We have to phase off of it and put our network to use."
Okay. And Adam, can you zoom in on the entire next blue bubble, lower left-hand corner? I'm sorry? Tell us about this message.
So this is the lower right. So this is the fourth message. The green is from Bill Null to Michael McDonald, and Bill Null says, "Completely fucking agreed. If we meet in person, I'll give you another number."
Okay. And the next full bubble. Yep. And what is page 2 we're looking at here?
So these are continuations of the messages. I put them here left to right. So this is Michael McDonald. This is Michael McDonald. The green here on the lower left is Bill Null. And then this is Michael McDonald on the lower right.
Adam, can you please zoom in on the entire upper left-hand corner blue bubble? And can you tell us what that, who is that, whose message is this?
This is Michael McDonald's message to Bill Null.
Okay, and can you read that into the record, please?
Sure. It says, "Cool, bro. I don't even know the location yet and won't know until arriving. So it's secure, but I will hit you up en route, bro."
Thank you. Next full bubble. And whose message is this?
This is Michael McDonald's. So this is the upper right one right here
And to whom?
to Bill Null.
Okay. And can you read that message into the record, please?
Sure. And I'll note this is the next day on May 23rd. "These fellas are serious about the security, which is great and what's needed. They get up with us and tail us in to make sure there's no tail on us. And we don't even know who's doing the following of us until we arrive. And they follow us in, revealing themselves to us as the tail, making sure no one followed us. And I'm okay with it. I'd rather have too much security than lose security. So like I said, as soon as I know, I'll fill you in where I'll be with the boys."
Before we go on, Agent Impola, what's the topic of this conversation?
This is the new Founding Fathers meeting, June 6th in Dublin, Ohio.
Okay, thank you. Adam, next full bowl. And what is this, Agent Impola?
This is Bill Null's statement, so I'm on the left here. And this is from May 23rd. He says, 10-4, bro. Just let me know where to ditch the car and phone. I'll be there.
And Agent Impola, just so we're all clear, these are in chronological order, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And what are we looking at here?
So this is the next chronological text message. This is from Michael McDonald to Bill Null in response. It's the lower right here.
And can you read that into the record?
Sure. Michael McDonald said, "Roger that, brother. I will keep you posted and fill you in as soon as I know where we are going to be, brother. I'll be with Barry Croft and Manny Vega, if you know them. That's who is rolling with me to go meet the fellas we are meeting with, we are meeting up with to talk."
I think we're on the third page now.
Yes, sir.
And the full bubble, please.
This is the same format. Green is Bill Null, left to right.
You read upside down very well.
I love it. I can read it from the physical exhibit. If you
Why don't you do that? Yeah.
So this is the upper left box. Michael McDonald stated, "Them names sound familiar, but your name is the one I know. Just keep me posted, even if it's short notice for security reasons. We'll make it happen."
Okay. And what are we looking at now?
This is the right side up version of the upper right chat right here.
And who's the sender of this message?
This is Michael McDonald to Bill Null on May 23rd, 2020.
And can you please read the content into the record?
Michael McDonald stated, Yup, I got you, brother, and thank you for wanting to be part, bro. You know what's coming and what's needed. We have no other choice than to make our networks we made from Facebook solid in real life. We are all we have, bro, 3%.
Okay. Next, please, Adam. And tell us what this is.
This is a text message from May 23rd, 2020. In response, it's from Bill Null to Michael McDonald.
And if you could read that into the record, please.
Fucking right, bro. Within the next year, we know what's coming. Time to get some old school on.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
This is Michael McDonald's response to Bill Null on the same day, May 23rd.
Can you read that into the record, please?
Yes. Exactly, Bill. It's coming fast, too. But I will say this virus woke up a shit ton of sheep that never cared or didn't want to listen. Shit got real for them, real fast, and they had no choice than to wake up to it. Old school is the only way to go for us, brother. You know the deal, bro. I'm going to get off here and get the kids in their baths and suck so me and mama can relax. But thanks again, bro. I will keep you posted on our trip. I'll be there from Friday night till Sunday, so we will surely link up, brother, one way or the other. I'll talk to you, brother. Take it easy, my dude. See you next week, and I'll be in touch with updates.
Okay. If you can turn in your book, actually, I'm sorry. Okay, the next page there. Tell us what this is.
These are text messages from Michael McDonald on the right here, to Barry Croft. Barry Croft is on the left. These are pictures of Michael McDonald's phone.
Okay, acquired through a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us, if you will, when the message was sent?
This is May 22nd.
Thank you. And if you could read the message into the record.
Sure. Starting from the top, Michael McDonald said, "Hey, bro, what part of Ohio are we going to?" Barry Croft replied, "Columbus." I'll just read these box portions here. Michael McDonald stated, "Cool. I talked to Bill and he said he will attend, maybe alone, or if not, he will bring his twin brother. I also invited my buddy Dave from Kentucky." And there's another, the second box here says, "LOL. But like I said, I trust these three dudes with my family's lives, and they are solid as it gets, and they also don't run their mouths."
Okay. What's on the right?
This is just a continuation of the same chat to provide context for later boxed quotes on the next page.
Okay, let me go to the next page. Okay, what do we see here?
So on the left is a continuation of the same chat to provide context, and on the right, there's a boxed statement. This is from Michael McDonald to Barry Croft a few days later on the 26th, May 26th. And
Go ahead.
Michael McDonald said, "Glad y'all know each other. You're gonna love these guys, bro. A bunch of wild ass MFers, just like you and I, bro. Good shit. I can't fucking wait." Followed by, "Every one of them didn't hesitate one bit. As soon as I asked, their answer was, motherfucking right, I'm in. Every one of them said they were in right away." Followed by, "Null is from Michigan and leader of MLM Militia. So yeah, bro, and then it cuts off.
And, okay. Good. All right. Can we turn to, when you're ready there?
All right.
Proposed Exhibit 35. Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. So that's a Facebook video posted by Barry Croft on his last Croft account from May 28th, 2020.
Okay. And generally, what is the topic discussed in the video?
If I could see the thumbnail there, it'll refresh my memory so I get it right.
No objection.
Agent, if you want to approach the laptop.
Thank you. So this is Barry Croft wearing a tri-corner hat addressing his followers.
And how is it? How is this video displayed or published?
It was published on Facebook to his followers.
Okay. And I'm going to move for admission of Exhibit 35, please.
We would stand on the objection.
Mr. Barnett.
No.
Exhibit 35 will be.
Thank you. If you could go ahead and play that, please.
I'm gonna say worried about survival, you know. Some of us worry about liberty for prosperity. Survival is the fucking, we don't care. We don't care. Rather see my kids live free than be alive. That's the fucking truth. But y'all, man, hey, y'all keep doing what y'all doing. Because listen, the separation that you're doing for me, I don't even have to work at. It's effortless. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. When your fucking stupid ass ends up hanging from a fucking tree because you live the fucking boots that we can't stand as Americans, I don't have no ride for you. I don't have no tears for you. Matter of fact, no fucks given. Fuck you in your throat sideways. Barry Croft, out. God bless the constitutional republic.
You know, Agent Impola, you told us earlier today we saw the killdozer you described, and you said you had seen that from Barry Croft before, and that was Barry Croft there, correct?
Correct.
The headwear that Mr. Croft is wearing, are you familiar with that?
Yes.
What is it?
The tri-corner hat, it's from Minutemen, from the American Revolution. It's something that a colonialist would have worn at the time when they fought against the British.
Okay. Is Mr. Croft, is he known for wearing that hat?
Yeah, that's his symbol or his signature. He's very proud of it.
Okay. In that video clip, he's talking about, he's willing to basically die for his children. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever hear anything like that similar from any of the defendants here in court today?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
Eric Molitor said in a Facebook chat to Adam Fox that we've seen that he also wanted to and was willing to die on behalf of his kids. And Bill Null later in a coalition chat said that we were at war and we needed to fight for our children.
Okay. Okay. In terms of the defendants in court today, did they ever train with Mr. Croft?
Yes, they did.
And where did Eric Molitor train with him?
He trained with him in Luther in September.
Okay. How about Mr. Bill Null? Where did he train with him?
So he trained with him on 2 occasions that I'm aware of, Cambria, Wisconsin, and Luther.
Okay. If you can, Exhibit 36, if you can show Agent Impola that thumbnail. No? What is Exhibit 36?
This is a Facebook video posted by Adam Fox from May 29th. This is the video I was thinking of earlier. It's Adam Fox in the back shack addressing his followers.
Okay, and how was it obtained?
Via Facebook search warrant.
And the general topic of Mr. Fox's post.
He's talking about how tyrannical the government is.
Okay, move for admission of 36, please.
Please stay on the objection.
Mr. Barnett,
Objection.
Exhibit 36 will be evening.
People need to stop with the missing. People need to stop with the misplaced anger and place the anger where it should go, and that's against our tyrannical fucking government who militarized all these police and put this in a fucking place. Like, let's just go to the fucking top and let's start at the fucking top and then we'll weed our way down. How about that?
When Mr. Fox there is talking about starting at the top and weed our way down, what's he talking about?
He's talking about going after the governor.
Proposed,
Speculation there on the, some of the tops. Could be four, could be eight, could be whatever, and where it's coming from.
Mr. Nucky?
We would put the top down, unless he has any reference to the top being the governor, then we would object.
Second.
We would concur with the
Roll call in.
I think it goes to wafers in this body.
Okay. Agent, you mentioned you think it refers to the governor. Why did you indicate that?
Because on April 18th, Barry Croft, who was the leader of the Second Continental Army, had told his followers that we're going to start with each state and start taking out governors.
The court will agree that that's for the way, obviously the jury can agree with the
Thank you. That's admitted then, Judge? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Exhibit 37, Agent Impola. Why don't you come over here and look at the thumbnail, refresh your memory. Can you tell us what a proposed Exhibit 37 is?
Yes, so this is a Facebook video by Barry Croft using the Last Croft Facebook account. And he's wearing his tricorn hat, and he talks about patriots in the United States.
Okay, when was it posted?
May 29th, 2020.
And is this shortly before, it sounds like 8 days before the June 6th meeting in Dublin, Ohio?
Yes, sir.
Move for admission of proposed Exhibit 37, please.
Mr. Simon?
Please stand on our objection.
Mr. Barnett?
Objection.
37 will be admitted.
Sit there and tell me about be careful. You know they're wanting you to do this so they can pass laws. We can ready hang motherfuckers, man. We worry about the dumbass law. You don't see these people erupting? Some of y'all don't recognize what it is. Men have been provoked to wrath. That's what's happened. Men have been provoked to wrath. Good men, honorable men, men that don't want to see nobody hurt. So all you stupid sons of bitches that got that dumbass, soft-ass fucking message, man, fuck you in the throat sideways. We don't even want you in our movement. You aren't what's going to get us freedom. Your bitch ass is going to sit there and kneel until you lose everything you got. We don't want you. We weren't looking for you. The Republic needs good men. Good men. Not faggots, not bitches, not pansies. Men. If you don't know how to do that, stay the fuck out of this fight. Don't even claim us. Because you ain't one of us. You're a poser. Just like these faggot-ass government officials that are out here posing as public safety and all that shit. You don't got no safety. Jackasses. Be careful. Be careful. Y'all need to learn how to be Americans and quit being fucking careful. Americans ain't careful. They're reckless. They're hard. They'll hurt you. For real. You take their rights, they'll hurt you. Sick of hearing this soft-ass, piss-made message for all these years, and you stupid motherfuckers still ain't got it. Well, stay the fuck out of my way, because you end up in my ranks, I draw my side on you myself, faggots. Fuck y'all. Well, sit here and stay slaves the rest of your lives? Do that shit by yourself, man. Get away from me for a minute. It's on right now. And listen, man, it's a new game out here. I don't think y'all understand the Patriot movement has evolved. We understand exactly the enemy that confronts us, and we ain't playing with it no more. So if you don't want to do the damn thing, fuck out the ranks. You don't belong with us. Later. Let God bless along with the constitutional republic.
He talks about our movement. What movement?
That's the Patriot movement or the Boogaloo movement.
Okay. His shirt that he was wearing there, was there anything particular about that?
Yeah, it was Hawaiian motif, so it's the Boogaloo uniform.
Okay. Exhibit 38. Actually, you know what, Judge? This is probably a good time to break if we could.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll do a break for the day, and we'll start at 9 o'clock tomorrow, so if you could be here ready to go by then, that would greatly appreciate it. Obviously, the rules that have applied the entire time still do apply. Please don't discuss it in case of anybody I know that want to discuss it with you. Let them know that you can. Certainly, once this is over, you tell them all about it. Okay? And once again, please just do the stack like you did yesterday, write your papers and then pad upside down. All right. Okay, everyone may be seated, thank you. The record reflects the jury is out of report. Mr. Wilson, anything for you now that they're going before we record?
No, thank you, sir.
Mr. Sacker? Mr. Bryant? Okay, we'll see everybody back in the morning. Thank you all very much. And I think I understood from some of the special things they were going to put perhaps the exhibits and some of their equipment in a secure room that the AG had. Mr. Wilson, is that correct?
All correct, Judge.
Okay, so once again, obviously, we're going to do that, so we're going to the courtroom remains. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you all. See you tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.